generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code, to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
Of 2022.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward. And it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career. and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms.
And global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Yes, with GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sunal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sunal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex as home ownership a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to look at it, I don't want to see any of it.
And blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry. Do you love these signs, Amy?
Those signs are super popular, aren't they, Beck?
Yeah, we're so lucky that we not only have this one because it'll get crowded, but the one out there overlooking the stadium is perfect for those selfies.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of DDD Perth selfies at the end of the day.
Hi everybody and welcome to DDD Perth 2023. Welcome, we're going to get started. Yeah.
We're just going to get started while everybody filters in. Yeah, Amy.
Well, we would like to start off as well by acknowledging the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. And I say that as where are we today, Beck?
Gerbil Yarragon.
Yes, we are right on the banks here, which
We
you'll be
left
able
the
to see
curtains up
out the window.
so we can see it.
Yes, but we should probably also quickly acknowledge that we have a bunch of people joining us remotely online who will be from different lands. And we will also have Robin Collard, who's going to welcome us to country later on.
So if you have not been to a DDD Perth event before, we are an inclusive non-profit conference here for the Perth software community. Our goal is to provide a really inclusive event for people who don't often get to conferences. So our values are accessibility, inclusivity, affordability, openness. You can read more about this on our website, and including how we get here.
Yes. We're not the only one in Australia either, so there are other events in Adelaide, Brisbane and Melbourne. In fact, Adelaide is happening on the 18th of November, if anyone wants a road trip across the Nullarbor, and they just announced their agenda. DDD Brisbane have just announced that they're happening on the 2nd of December, and their CFP is open until the 22nd of October. And Melbourne is back as well, and they're going to be on 16th of March next year. And their CFP is also open until the 1st of November. If you would like to be one of the speakers you're going to see today.
So our 2023 theme is Dream, Design, Deploy. Do you like that we've got those 3 Ds up there? DDD Perth. It's not an accident. We have so many people that help us organise this conference, and shout out to our many volunteers who help us dream up this beautiful event.
We have a lot of information about the event as well in our guidebook, which you can find on the website, dddperth.com/conference-day, which has a heap more information about the event today, the venue, and everything that's going to be happening.
What's our next slide, Amy? I can't remember. Okay, so we have over 1,400 participants registered today, in person and online. 30 unique speakers, Amy?
30 unique speakers from all over the world today.
And 20 amazing sponsors.
Yes.
So a big shout out to, first of all, our platinum sponsors, Bankwest, Microsoft and Woodside Energy. Now, this is probably a good time for us to say, are you oriented yet? Have you worked out where we are? So we are in Riverview rooms over there. And if you head out that door that is across there, you know what, let's start again. We're in Riverview room 2 right now.
Yes. And then over here we have Riverview room 1. There will be a wall in there later to make it clear.
Riverview room 3 over this way. Now, when we exit out of here and we go back onto those terraces, the first terrace you see is Champions Terrace, and then you have the Sponsor Hall and the Premiership Terrace. You do have maps around. Everybody in an orange shirt can help you if you do get lost. So our platinum sponsors are on Champions Terrace and in the Sponsor Hall. Our gold sponsors are throughout this area as well, aren't they, Amy? So Insight, VGW, Vicent, Coria, GitHub, Keystart and Mantle Group. You can find them in that Sponsor Hall, in Champions Terrace and also in the Premiership Terrace.
Yes, and outside of the Sponsor Hall as well, we have some tables where you can meet some of our silver sponsors, so MakerX, First Mode, Cognizant, Atlassian and EQU.
And if you haven't found a coffee cart as yet, I highly recommend you do. We have coffee carts in, again, Championships Terrace, inside the Sponsor Hall and up in Premiership Terrace as well. The coffee will be going all day. I will say though, inside sessions, the coffee carts will stop out of respect for our speakers, especially the ones at the back of those terraces.
I do believe the Sponsor Hall coffee cart will still be going then if you are after coffee during a session. We also have some amazing community partners, She Codes, Level Her Up and breast cancer partners. And speaking of She Codes, I think we have some bonus attendees here today as well, don't we, Beck?
Yeah, a special welcome to anyone participating in our coding workshop today. Welcome. You are joining us for the keynote, and then you will be joining us for our lunch note, our second keynote as well. Hey, everybody that's coming in, there are many seats over this side. Please take your time. We don't mind at all if you're getting on through that shot. So, we also have childcare, which is sold out, and you know it's so important to us that we provide these benefits. So once again, a huge thank you to all of our sponsors.
We would also like to quickly draw attention to our code of conduct as well. We are dedicated to providing a harassment-free experience for everyone today. You can find our code of conduct on the website, dddperth.com/code-of-conduct. You've already viewed and agreed to this when you registered for your ticket as well.
If you have any issues or concerns today, now all of this information is available in those written or printed guidebooks as well as conference-day. You can raise any issues or concerns by visiting that volunteer desk, speaking to anybody in an orange shirt, direct messaging us on all of the socials, emailing us through. There is an anonymous form also available on that website as well, conference-day.
We have a lot of people here today as well, don't we, Beck? And
yeah, and we love our socials. We love those socials.
Love
what platforms do we love?
I'm not allowed to say those.
Just
names.
all of them. They're all great.
We are on all of the platforms, whether they support hashtags or not. We are hashtag DDD Perth today. But there are some people who've decided they would not like to have any photos taken of them. So if you see anybody wearing a red lanyard, please do not take their photo. And if you happen to catch them in a photo, please crop or blur or obscure them and respect their choice.
So a little bit more housekeeping. dddperth.com/agenda. For anyone who came last year, we have cached the website this year. It shouldn't go down. We've managed to scale it this year. We do learn from our mistakes. This is a no smoking venue. If you do need to smoke, head out of Gate D, far away from Optus Stadium. Phones on silent during presentations. All of our speakers are volunteers, and we're so grateful to them for coming along, so we offer them the utmost respect and cheer for them. Please keep those lanyards on. Again, a reminder about those red lanyards, and if there is a fire, there's a lot of exits here. We're all good. We're all going to get out safely. Just please find an exit, head on out, and a marshal will help you.
Yeah. We'll quickly call out as well, we're in a different venue, a stadium that is very special to a lot of people. Please enjoy the experience, take a chance to explore within the bounds of our event, have a sit in the chairs and look at the stadium, but please do not go on the grass. So please respect the event marshals that are here today.
So food options. We are going with what we did last year. Everybody who has a lanyard on, and if you do not have a lanyard, please visit that volunteer desk and we will get you sorted. You will have a little number down in the corner. That will correlate to the food choice that you made at registration. If you don't have a number, if you have a 0 or you have a written name tag, we needed to send our lunch orders into the venue. And so you will get fed. But we do apologise if your first or preferred choice is not available. Please wait a couple of minutes at lunchtime when you join that line. If you truly can't eat any of the options that are available, visit us at the volunteer desk. We will problem solve with you. You will absolutely get fed. We've got enough time and problem solving skills amongst us. Where to get your food? You want to take a picture of this one too.
Yes. This one is also available in the guidebook as well, or you can visit the volunteer help desk and they will be able to direct you in the right place. So our food is available in the terraces and in the sports lounge. Once again, same as coffee carts. If a session is still going on, please do not go to collect your lunch from a terrace until the speaker has finished presenting.
So morning tea and afternoon tea will also be served in those terraces and in the sponsor hall.
Feedback. We love feedback, don't we, Beck?
We love feedback. Please give us feedback. Please give us respectful feedback. No, we do love feedback, and you can give us that feedback by going to this URL. Conference feedback, speaker feedback, it's all on here. What do we usually do with those? Oh, some prizes, Amy.
Yes.
Let's talk wrap up.
Wrap up. So our sessions finish a little bit earlier this year. You may have noticed on the agenda. We had some people who gave feedback in previous years that they wanted to enjoy the rest of their Saturdays. So this year we are wrapping up a little bit earlier. There will be food, there will be beverages, there will be board games or conversation, or
whatever you choose.
Maybe
Whatever you choose there. I think you're not even going to hear from us in the afternoon. You're going to hear from our Director of Logistics, Alex.
Yes. That will be until 7 p.m. There will be prize draws then as well. So there is an opportunity to stick around and chat to some of the wonderful people that you meet here today, or some of the amazing speakers who you'll be hearing from. And with that, I would like to introduce Robin Collard, who is giving our welcome to country this morning. I will hand over to Robin.
Thank you. And what an awesome display. And I think I chose my dress wisely this morning because I am nice and bright up here on the stage. I want you all to sit down and look out the window to your left, because this is about where we are. Yes, we are on the banks of the Derby Yerrigan. We are here at Harrison Island, which is just down the river a little bit, but this is all the area of Martagara. Mart in Noongar means your leg. So this is the river crossing where the leg would come up to, where the water would come up to the top of your leg and you were able to cross the river from one side to the other. Hence the name of the Martagara Bridge. So that is the implementation of the black swan and the white swan. So you can see the two colours there intertwined, so that we may live in harmony on this beautiful land. Good morning, my name is Robin Collard and I'm a yoga of the Whadjuk and Balladong people. Those of the Bibbulmun people. The Bibbulmun people are all of the Noongar mob down in the southwest. And it means the land of many breasts, because there are 14 Noongar groups that make up the Bibbulmun, and we happen to be here in Whadjuk Budja. I'm humbly honoured to perform this Welcome to Country for you this morning, and I acknowledge with the highest respect Noongar Marman Ngunis, Yogas Jukan, Buddhias, Kaya, Wanju Wanju, Nunakandak Yining Ni, Jinang Wankani. There are three principles that are really important for us as Noongar people. Ngala Budja, Ngala Mort, Ngala Karijan. Our connection to our land, our connection to our family, and our connection to our knowledge. This is our Noongar cosmology. So when we welcome, it's about acknowledging all of the men, the women, the brothers, the sisters, and Buddhias means leaders. So all of you that have collaborated together to make this wonderful event happen, thank you. Nija kura kura jenabiri nija, mortwa Whadjuk Budja. For many thousands of years, our ancestors have walked this land. And as we walk, we listen. Ne jenangwa, wankaning bula, bula bura barab. We listen to the many stories as we walk this land. And sometimes when we're connected to that country and we listen, we have memories. Memories of family that have walked with us previously. Events that we have chosen to share together. But this keeps us grounded and connected to country. Nija jenang mama wakalwa, nija karijan wankani nunakan. Nija jenang We acknowledge the rainbow serpent because that is the holder of the creation story of Noongar people, of how this land was made, the mountains, the rivers, and how we've kept our knowledge strong and sustainable over the many years. So we listen to those stories that are sad, that are inspirational, just as you will be inspired today to learn more. And this is the season of Camberang, the season of new beginnings, the season of birth, and the land speaks to us with the peppermint leaves blooming and the trees letting us know that they are here. All of those wonderful flowers. But not only that, it's also about seeing Jinang Nijayerarap, Nunakan Kulangas. It's about seeing the ducks and all the little ducklings trotting along behind. And we see those swans as we drive and walk around, with all the little ones behind them. Kulbadi the magpie is quite cheeky at this time of year because they too are protecting their young in the nest. So we've got to be on the lookout, nigger. So there are plenty of fresh water springs around that nourish not only us, but the land, the plants, the animals. Jiralak, Kongalak, Boyalak, Marawarak. The north, the south, the east to the west, you are sitting on Wajak Budja. Nija Madagarap, Nija Borlu, Kadagarap, Jinangangbo, Nija Karakumba, Nija Walilap, what? Wadaran, Wajama, Durbunara, Jalgara, Nija Karamura, Nunakan Jundalap, what? Nija Mandun, Nija Nunakan dat Yining Madagara. I've just taken you around the metropolitan area. Let's see if you know where we were. We're here, of course, at Madagara. But then we see Borlu over in the distance. Borlu, the Noongar name for Perth. And then we go past Kardagarup. You might know it as Kings Park. It's so special to Noongar people, it actually has 3 names. Kardagarup, Karakumba, and Jinangangbo, because when you're standing at the top of Kings Park, you can see all around Wajak Noongar Budja. We then travel down the Derbil Yerrigan to Walila, the home of the little rat kangaroo, the woylie, but also the walich, the white eagle. And as we cross the ocean, we go over to Rottnest Island. We then travel further south to the Derbil Nurra, the Coburn Sound. We come inland to Walliabub and Beale, all of that freshwater area around that Jandakot region. And we keep travelling until we come to the Canning River. We then see these beautiful ranges that border the metropolitan area. Noongar people call them the Black Hills or Karamurda, but that is the Darling Ranges, very special. And then we come to Mandun, the place of many trees, and this is known as Guildford. And of course, we have Joondalup on that northern side of town. So there are many stories that this land brings us. So today, as you spend time together, this is about Yaka Babinga Nija, Nunakan Karijan. So this is about making friendships, working together, and learning more about these triple D items. I'm a boomer, so I'm a little bit out of touch with it all. So for all of you that are in this space, what a great way of learning. And don't forget about us. Bring us along with what you learn, what you share, and what we can give to others. Nije jenabidi kenywa, nunakan kanya, kuli, nunakan murich. So as we walk as one on this land, there is much for us to share, to be respectful, to be kind. And for me, I will finish off, kaya not only means hello in Noongar, it also means yes. Kaya, Yanka, thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin, for that wonderful welcome to country. I would now like to give Beck an opportunity to take a photo. You're taking a selfie? Okay. I would now like to introduce our keynote speaker, Heather while she makes her way to the stage and sets up. We've seen, this is Heather, so she can plug her computer in. Yeah, seamless changeover. So Heather is our keynote speaker for this morning and is joining us all the way from Kansas City, which I said that must be in Kansas, but I got in trouble. I wasn't allowed to do that. Heather is joining us here this morning. She has spoken in all of the continents, including Antarctica. And although she has spoken in Australia before, this is her first time in Perth and has officially won the best quokka selfie I have ever seen. So she's done the really important thing in Perth. In her professional life, Heather is a polyglot developer and has been for the last decade at least, and has also been a Microsoft MVP for the last 5 years. This morning is going to be talking to us about being a visible developer, why you shouldn't blend in, and I'm going to hand over to Heather. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello! I don't have as good of a welcome as we just got right before me, but I am very excited to be here. It's obligatory. I'm American. I have to say I'm very excited to be here. But honestly, this is an interesting topic. I've been talking about this for about 4 or 5 years now, and I want to take you with me for about 30 minutes about what it means to actually be noticed and seen. I'm very, very more of a shy person, and I've had to learn how to do this. So if I can do it, you all can do it. And I want to help you out, especially now, based on how the economy ebbs and flows. It's important that you are never out of sight or out of mind from your next position or the next opportunity that you've got to share your talent with the world. I want you all to promise me something, that we're going to assume you all know what you're doing, okay? Let's start there. You guys are fantastic developers. I'd hire any one of you to be on my team. But how do we find you? What does it normally look like in the beginning? Well, when I have to look for a job, usually I have to put something together that kind of looks like this, right? A little information blurb. It says that I love object-oriented programming. I've done C# for about 12 years. I love working on big projects, etc. The problem is there's a lot of words here. And the way the human brain works is that it just looks like a blob. That's exactly why there is AI tricks to help recruiters, because they honestly can't read every single line you put in your resume. If we were to be memorable, nobody will say this word for word about me. They would say something like, I am very innovative, or I work a lot in the enterprise space, or I'm consumer-facing, because I've done a lot of that, or that I'm a speaker. These are the things that usually people will say in passing, not that highly detailed list, that 5-page resume. This is about the impression the humans have of you. We are the hardest algorithm to crack. But there is science to back up what's going on here. Often there's just too much detail provided online, and that can be a big challenge. My clicker's not working. Nope. Nope. That's okay. I will just stand here with you all. We're going to talk about how to strengthen your impression when you're interested in finding a job or being promoted at your job. We don't want to stick out for the wrong reasons, right? Like a sore thumb or a black sheep. We want to instead be enticing and not uncomfortable. But like it or not, everyone has a brand. Do you know you have a brand? Yes. I'm not in marketing. I'm not even going to pretend. But there is an actual... You got it? Got it. I'm not going to pretend. But there is an impression that you're going to give. You can shape that and change it, especially when it's nothing. People don't know who you are. Why would they know who you are? Again, I come from a background where I'm very shy, very introverted, and I've managed to kind of negotiate things around this. Maybe eventually that'll come back. Yes? No? Yay! All right. So, let's start with this question. Why would anybody else get promoted before you, right? If you're too busy keeping your head down and your nose to the grindstone, it makes it very difficult to advocate for you. Part of managing yourself and your trajectory in your job at your current employer, and maybe even beyond in your career, it means to make it easier for people to find you. If you get coy or bashful about the accomplishments you've done, it does both yourself and others a disservice because they don't actually know they can come to you for help with something. It may unintentionally make the job of managing you harder. So, why does the idiot get all the responsibility? I mean, this is a difficult one because you'll probably never say that out loud, or maybe you will because you're bold. But you worked your butt off, and you have been at a company for a long time, and yet someone else gets promoted over you. Maybe they have more experience, less experience, but at the very least, they seriously don't know what they're doing, in your opinion. Why did this happen? Because being visible is not just about doing a good job. It is about how you communicate that you did a good job and how you made others feel when you were doing it. And if any part of that was negative and somebody else's was positive, that might be why they get promoted. And you think, that's not fair, Heather. This sucks. Yep, but it's real. So how do we avoid these situations? You can't avoid everything. Not everything's up to you. But you need to learn a lesson from the idiot. The idiot was probably shamelessly self-promoting very loudly, right? And so maybe you should too, only you don't have to lose your self-respect in the process. There are good ways to do it. Have you ever heard the phrase, sent does not mean received? Yes? It's very profound when it comes to human communication. Half of your job is to be awesome devs and ship the code. The other half of your job is communicating to people that you shipped the code. And maybe what you should do in the future, and not just, okay, give me an assignment and I will go build it. Maybe vocalize, hey, could I be a part of the next planning session to think whether or not we should build this or should do this, even if you're not the architect. Then people start realizing your thought processes. You will instantaneously get more credibility because you asked to be part of the decision. Even if they say no, you're definitely going to stick out. But remember, if you do awesome things and I don't hear about it as your manager, how do I know what's going on? You think, well, you should just check everything in my nice little done Jira board or my GitHub board, right? But remote work has made this incredibly hard to manage. There's just so much going on. Has anybody here been a manager before? Oh, no, yes, a couple of you. That process is exhausting. It doesn't mean we don't care. It means our brains can only handle so much. So make it easier for us. Basically, do things and tell people. That's it. That's the whole keynote. No, I'm just kidding. But we do miss out when we wrongly assume that other people will know about our great work. So remember, you are almost always on your mind, but almost never on anyone else's. So it may seem excessive to you to put out that you've done something today and put out that you've done something tomorrow, or that you're interested in something, and it may seem like a lot of noise, but probably the human that needs to hear it will cherry pick which of those messages they actually get, because either they were busy or they just didn't see it until right now. So sometimes you need to put it out more than one way, more than once. A good way to do that, if you don't really get like the stage in your company is to do some external work. I'll tell you a little quick story. I worked at a company where I was really, really, really interested in doing some voice work. So like Alexa, Google Assistant, Siri, that kind of stuff. But I wasn't ever put on a project that did any of that stuff because we didn't have that as something that was sold, okay? So I just played on my own and I blogged about it. Fast forward to about 8 months later, I got called into our CTO's office who said, hey, I was talking to one of our clients who's really interested in this newfangled thing called voice assistants, and I stumbled on your blog. It was like the 3rd result in Google. And I'm like, that's cool. He's like, yeah, do you want to work on this? And I'm like, really? I had never actually worked on a project. I had just done something on my own. I had never gotten paid for that. But because he really liked the way I had approached the architecture, I got pulled in. Because I didn't need to wait until be given a chance at my job. I just decided to explore it and tell people that I was interested in it, and this is what I had discovered when I played. That still blew my mind, because I didn't directly have to advocate. It was like an indirect advocation. I got to just put things out there, and then the stars align. Not always. Sometimes there's just a lot of people who are doing mobile apps out there, and maybe you might be result number 285. But the point is that you are publicly sharing something you've discovered. Don't be afraid to be the Alice in the Wonderland and not really know where you're going, but share where you've just been. That's okay. No one's asking for you to be the expert. Just share the things you discovered when you're playing around with the project. Because we all know that working hard and doing a good job is insufficient to being the one that people pick, the one that is the visible choice. You will get well paid if you work hard and do a good job. You'll get to keep your job most of the time, unless there's restructuring, which happens. That also is not a reflection on your talents. You just may not get promoted all that far unless people outside of your immediate group know what you're doing. These are just things that I've learned in every company I've been in. Which is why you should network. Right now you work at a company, or maybe you run your own, but maybe in 10 years you won't. Maybe you'll move to another part of the world and have to get a different job. Maybe you should start reaching out to other developers in other places and just ask them what they think about, I don't know, the latest version of Kotlin. Just start the process very naturally. It doesn't have to be forced. If you have no idea how to do an icebreaker, come find me after the keynote, and I'm happy to give you a list of about 10 of what you can ask to somebody that you don't know. There's so many reasons to network. Right now, there are tons of developers looking for new work because there have been rounds of layoffs in the United States. But they're also slowing down. What I've noticed is that the developers that had already reached out ahead of time, years before, their network rallied around them and made referrals to each other to get them a position. That is so powerful. If nobody knows you, how are they supposed to know that you also want a position somewhere? You have to start connecting the dots. This event is perfect for that. At every conference, I try to meet at least 5 people I've never met before. Maybe I never speak to any of them again, but maybe I do. And maybe in a few years, that person remembers that they talked to me at DDD Perth and then says, hey, I'm working on this project. I'm going to recommend you to my architect. And that is how it really works. And many of you may know that, but there's a ton of you who don't. So this is a reminder to those who do and those who haven't tried it yet. Having a large and valuable network is crucial. It is everything in your career because jobs will come and go, but your developer network can last you decades. When I saw the word network, it doesn't really mean what you think it means when I first saw it. I thought it was definitely something outside of a recruiting event. When most programmers ask me about networking, what they're really asking me is how to use people to get what they want. I mean, that's honest, right? It's not about that at all, though. In fact, my personal philosophy, and one I firmly believe you have to have for true success, is to figure out how you can give as many people as possible what they want or better what they need. If you see something that someone could benefit from, maybe connecting them with another person that is an expert in that subject because they're struggling. You start by giving, not
that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe. Our culture is strong and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code, to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Alena Zemia, and I'm the room coordinator for this room today. Our first speaker this morning is Anna Rajenda. She will be talking about too agile or not too agile, an iterative dilemma. Anna has over 20-year experience in the ICT industry across multiple roles, including positions in business analysis, project management, and solution architecture. As the current chair of the IIBA Australia's Perth branch and the 2022 recipient of the IIBA Australia chapter, Dr. Cecily McDougall Business Analyst of the Year Award. She's passionate about bringing business and technology together to deliver a positive outcome. Welcome, Anna.
It's not a good start when it's making noises at you. Good morning, and thank you for coming to see my presentation this morning. I know you had other viable options. And thank you to those of you who voted to include my presentation in this agenda. It is indeed an honour to have been included. My presentation today is called Too Agile or Not Too Agile, an iterative dilemma. And although I see some familiar faces in the room, I should probably start by introducing myself. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Anna Rajanda. I'm currently the Senior Manager of Business Analysis at the RAC, where I manage a team of business analysts who work on projects across the organisation. Oh, lost me? No, now I'm back. I'm also, as was said, the Perth branch chair of the International Institute of Business Analysis Australia chapter. My background is in computer science and statistics, and I've worked in and around IT for over 20 years, including some time as a developer and in roles such as data analyst, solution architect, project manager. But I always find myself returning to project-based business analysis roles, as I find this is a position that you get to do a lot of different things and it has quite a bit of variety. But my passion is very much about solving problems, something that I'm sure I share with many of you here today. Now, before I get too deep into my presentation, I just want to give a shout out to DDD Perth sponsors, as events like these would not be possible without their sponsorship. And I'd also like to give a shout out to the community partners, She Codes, Level Her Up and Breast Cancer Partners, as they do fantastic work. So for the presentation, now there should be plenty of time at the end for questions. So if any questions come to mind, please keep them there and ask them at the end. So this presentation stems from an issue I've grappled with over a number of years. I'm sure everybody here is familiar with the terms waterfall and agile, and probably works for an organisation or a team or on an initiative that manages change using an approach that falls into one of these categories. When it comes to technology projects in particular, how you manage a project is often presented as a binary choice. It's either everything waterfall or everything agile. The two types of approach are often presented as being in competition or conflict with each other. However, I believe this binary view of management is increasingly being challenged, with initiatives often involving the delivery of both digital products that are associated with more agile methods of delivery and more physical deliverables traditionally managed through waterfall approaches. By the way, just as an aside, I'll be using the terms project and initiative interchangeably during this presentation, but everything I'm about to say can be equally applied to any body of work that facilitates change, whether it's a project, program, work package, or product. So what I'd like to do in this session is discuss some of the issues with combining waterfall and agile approaches, as well as some things to consider when selecting or combining approaches, so that initiatives can be set up from the outset to deliver holistic solutions as efficiently as possible. But first, I'd like to provide a bit of background as to how this presentation has come about. So as was said earlier, I've been working in and around IT for around 20 years. And in that time, I've been involved in many projects of differing sizes that have used different delivery approaches, including variations of SDLC and other waterfall software development models and project management methodologies such as Prince2, as well as different flavours of Agile from way back when we had RAD, or Rapid Application Design, through to things like Kanban and Scrum, and even some more scaled Agile models. Some of the projects were very successful, some went okay, and there were a few complete disasters. But it was a more recent project that really got me thinking about how waterfall and agile delivery approaches are applied to initiatives. So I was fortunate enough to be involved in a project called Project Symphony. Project Symphony is a partly federally funded pilot project that is still in the final stages. It is the first true pilot project I have ever worked on. The project was one of several projects across Australia that were funded to test a set of theoretical models that had been proposed for managing electricity generation from distributed energy resources, or DER, on the electricity network. So DER is a term that includes things like solar energy systems, household batteries, and controllable loads such as water heaters and pool pumps, and also EVs, although these were excluded from this particular pilot. So to put it more simply, the project was essentially testing methods for managing increasing energy generation by households, particularly from solar systems. The aim for Project Symphony was to aggregate these distributed energy resources together to create a virtual power plant. The idea was that if you coordinate all the DER so that you maximise energy use and storage when energy generation from solar was high, but energy use by household was low, such as during the weekdays, and minimise use and discharge batteries at times when energy use was high, but generation from household DER was low, such as in the early evenings. The project involved three main delivery partners. Synergy was responsible for creating and managing the virtual power plant by recruiting customers and their DER to be part of the virtual power plant. That also involved installing household DER that could be controlled. The Australian Energy Market Operator, or AEMO, was responsible for creating a simulated marketplace that the virtual power plant could bid into, similar to how big generators bid in now. And Western Power, which was the team I was associated with, who was responsible for monitoring the network to ensure the virtual power plant was operating safely. They were also responsible for installing a larger battery system that could be used as part of the virtual power plant. Each organisation ran its part of the project using an agile methodology. The teams would all come together to discuss problems, define interfaces and coordinate delivery. Then go back to their individual teams to refine requirements and manage delivery. As a pilot project, Agile was the best methodology to use, as we were literally identifying problems, reworking solutions and generally making things up as we went along. This worked for the most part. However, as part of the project, Western Power was to install a 1 megawatt battery on the network and set it up so that Synergy could control it along with the other household DER as part of the virtual power plant. The installation of the battery itself was going to follow quite a defined waterfall process. It needed to be procured, concrete slab needed to be put down, it needed to be installed, connected to the network, a fence put up, etc, etc, etc. These things were fairly predictable, the dependencies between them were clear, and we had good information as to how long they would take. However, it was the first time a battery of this size was going to be installed in a residential area of Perth. We also needed council approval. Now, I don't know if any of you are familiar with local government, but it's fair to say councils are not known for their speed or agility. This is particularly true when you're doing something new or for the first time. It is fair to say the council concerned they were largely supportive of the project, but they knew they were setting a precedent. They had quite a lot to consider. 1 megawatt batteries come with quite large and noisy fans. There is a small but potential fire risk, and the battery was going to sit on an oval adjacent to a high school, so general safety was also a concern. As the project was working using an agile method, we broke down all the waterfall tasks required to get council approval for the battery into user stories and dutifully assigned them to sprints. We also broke down all the tasks required to install the battery, as well as all the IT tasks required to integrate the battery into the virtual power plant, and put them on the backlog so they were ready for when we got our council approval. But inevitably, there were delays. We managed to reorganise some of the work so that we could deliver some of the IT elements without the battery being installed, but it eventually got to a point where the tasks that were left were heavily dependent on battery installation. Now, the project managed to work around the problem and reorganise how the virtual power plant would be tested to accommodate the delays. The project is in its final stages and looks like it is going to deliver some excellent learnings on how to manage DER using a virtual power plant. And it has even been nominated for some industry awards. So in summary, Project Symphony included a combination of problems that required collaboration and exploration to discover new and innovative solutions, defined processes for physical deliverables, such as the implementation of the 1 megawatt battery, and fairly ambiguous processes, such as the one to obtain council approval. The experience got me thinking about how we manage these sorts of initiatives that require a degree of agility, but are also beholden to prescriptive waterfall processes. It prompted me to write an article on the subject, which was recently published in BA Digest, which, if you're not familiar with it, is a great grassroots publication on everything business analysis. And the process of writing the article has led me to conclude this. There are some who suggest that waterfall and agile kind of sit on a spectrum, like coloured paints that can be mixed and create new combinations. However, the reality is waterfall and agile are more like water and oil. No matter how much you mix, there is always going to be some separation. So let's consider this methodological divide by first understanding when we should select one approach over another. In cases where you have a clearly defined scope that is unlikely to change, your requirements are largely known or easily discoverable, the solution and deliverables are known, and dependencies are clear, there is no point using agile. Agile, with its rituals, involves a management overhead. The rituals are great for discovering and refining scope, requirements, and solution in cases where there is some ambiguity. But if these are known, there is no point investing in that overhead. It is not necessary. You may as well use a more waterfall approach. But in cases where you do not have a clearly defined scope, the next question you should be asking is whether or not the initiative is required to follow or is dependent on prescriptive waterfall processes. These may include things like governance or approvals processes, such as the council approval project that Project Symphony was required to follow. Or it could be processes to create one or more deliverables, such as the installation of the 1 megawatt battery. Or in some cases, some initiatives may be impacted by business processes, such as annual reporting cycles. If the initiative is not impacted by these sorts of prescriptive processes, this is when they knock yourself out. Go agile. There is nothing stopping you from managing everything using an agile method. However, if there is a dependency on a prescriptive waterfall process and the scope is not clearly defined, this is when you should consider mixing and matching agile and waterfall approaches. But let's first start by considering waterfall. First thing I want to say about waterfall management approaches is waterfall is not inherently bad. There are some people in IT who view waterfall as bad, and they probably have very good reasons for forming this view. However, when applied to the right initiative, waterfall may be the most efficient route to delivery. Also, there is some scope for creativity in waterfall. There is a lot waterfall can learn from agile principles. For example, waterfall delivery can make use of agile techniques such as retrospectives to keep a team connected rather than working in delivery silos. Or you could use things like showcases to keep stakeholders informed and engaged throughout the initiative rather than engaging at the end when you're ready to implement. Now on to Agile. Agile is great when there is a clear vision and everything is within the control of the Agile team. And by that I mean they have access to the information they need, or it can be easily obtained, and they have some authority to make decisions. Agile is also great when the scope is flexible and the requirements or the solution are not known up front. That is why Agile is great for things like the pilot projects like Symphony, and for continuous enhancement of digital products. However, it is important to realise that Agile is not inherently good. When applied to the wrong project, Agile can be an inefficient method for delivery. A lot of time can be wasted in stand-ups and planning meetings, reorganising and reprioritising backlogs, or completing lower value work just for the sake of keeping busy. Of course, this is all completely at odds with Agile principles. And one key cause of this can be waterfall processes. Dependencies on waterfall processes can be a barrier to Agile delivery. So just to recap, waterfall is great when there is a defined scope that has to be delivered. Agile when the scope is less clear and more flexible. Waterfall approaches are good for managing internal and external dependencies associated with prescriptive waterfall processes, while Agile works best when everything is within control of the Agile team. And waterfall is often great for the delivery of one-off physical things, while Agile is great for supporting continuous learning and improvement. Now let's move on to the subject of mixing and matching approaches. We have already talked a bit about how mixing waterfall and Agile can lead to inefficient Agile planning, particularly where waterfall dependencies introduce delays. This can also mean a team is unable to focus on high-value work. Another risk we haven't talked about yet is agile metrics, such as sprint velocity and burn down are great for monitoring team performance. However, when agile tasks are impacted by waterfall dependencies, they can mess with the metrics, making them less meaningful. Mixing waterfall and agile can also lead to highly fragmented initiatives. This is where an initiative is decomposed to a ridiculous level, and in the case of mixing waterfall and agile, this can happen when you are trying to remove waterfall dependencies so that an agile team has the control to deliver. Something that is comically depicted in this Geek and Poke cartoon. It just makes the overall management of the initiative more costly. So what can we do to mix and match agile and waterfall in a way that works and allows us to manage and identify risks? Well, there isn't an easy answer, and there certainly is not a one-size-fits-all approach. But a good first step is to identify any prescriptive processes that may impact agile delivery, such as approvals processes, products that benefit from a more waterfall delivery, and time-specific or event-driven business processes. Next step is to understand those processes as much as possible. Is the process clearly defined? Does it have an SLA associated with it, and can you trust that SLA? Will the process result in the creation of a standardised deliverable? Next step is to understand the agile dependency. Which epic or backlog task does it relate to? What are the options for mitigating risk, or is it simply something that we have to accept? And what are the risks when the process does not deliver when we need it? Once you understand your prescriptive processes and their impact, you can start to think about the best way of structuring your initiative to enable efficient delivery. For example, maybe something like an agile sandwich, where a burst of agile activity is sandwiched between waterfall processes. You could see this approach working perhaps for an initiative that requires some sort of approval to get started, but also approval to get fully implemented, something I've seen a few times in health for systems that will be used to facilitate patient care. Perhaps your initiative will follow more of a scrum fall approach, where agile activity is preceded by waterfall processes. Variations on this approach are commonly used in consultancy settings, where requirements are gathered in a more systematic way, but solutioning is more agile. I had someone once describe to me an approach for procuring agile software development services that followed this sort of approach, where there was a master contract in place, but that separate statement of work was created for each sprint. The process to agree the high-level outcomes and develop the associated statement of work was quite prescriptive, while the actual agile delivery of the solution was agile. Or perhaps it'll be more of a drip feed, where waterfall dependencies are closely aligned to agile sprints. You could see this approach working for initiatives which have particular governance or approval gateways, or where a physical deliverable is being produced and integrated alongside a digital product. These are just a few examples of how initiatives can mix and match waterfall approaches. However, every initiative is different, so the possibilities are endless. It is really about understanding the business context and organising your initiative as efficiently as possible to suit the situation. So why does this matter, I hear you ask? Well, for a number of reasons. First reason, and the reason close to every business analyst's heart, is requirements management. Understanding when and how approaches will be used and how they are dependent on each other allows for better requirements definition, allocation and traceability to support the delivery of a holistic solution. It also allows for better planning and sequencing, particularly with respect to procurement and allocation of resources. And it allows you to respect agile principles as much as possible. You really only get the full benefit of agile approaches when you respect the agile principles. Now, many of you are probably aware of the 12 principles of the Agile Manifesto. However, in business analysis, we tend to talk about the 7 principles of agile business analysis. See the whole, the principle that guides an analyst to understand the need in the context of the big picture, focusing on business context and why the change is necessary. Think as a customer, the principle that guides business analysts in ensuring solutions incorporate the voice of the customer and that there is a clear understanding of the expected user experience. Analyse to determine what is valuable, which requires the continuous assessment and prioritisation of work to be done in order to maximise value. Get real using examples, building a shared understanding of the need and how the solution will satisfy that need. Understand what is doable, understanding how to deliver the solution within the given constraints, including constraints introduced by prescriptive waterfall processes. Stimulate collaboration and continuous improvement, the principle that guides analysts to create and contribute to an environment where all stakeholders contribute value on an ongoing basis. And finally, avoid waste. Identify which activities add value and avoid those activities which do not directly contribute to the goal. It is only when you take the time to consider how best to organise your initiative that you can get the full benefit of the delivery approaches that you use. May waterfall and agile never be in conflict again. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. I welcome any questions. Does anybody have any questions? We're all shy. We've got one up the back there, one there. Yep.
Just going to ask if you can give us an example, maybe one example of an absolutely stellar mix of one of those models of waterfall and agile, and a massive fuck up.
So Project Symphony, we eventually made it work, but it probably would have been more efficient if we thought about the council approval a bit more from the outset, because it's really those undefined or those processes, that SLAs, that are the big problem with Agile. But ultimately we worked around it, and I think that was everybody talking together and working out what we could do, what particularly from the IT side, what we could do without the battery install, how we could set up sort of like your tests, stubs and all that sort of stuff in order to facilitate all that. In terms of ones that I've seen that haven't done it very well, certainly I was very put off by Agile initially. The first couple of projects I worked on with Agile were done really, really badly, and it was very much about not understanding the business context and understanding, and this was in the health system in the UK, but the people who came in really didn't understand how that system worked, and really didn't understand sort of like the pressures and the rhythms of the hospitals that we were trying to do an integrated system that was getting data for all those hospitals. They didn't understand how those worked, and that was a complete disaster. Whereas I think if perhaps, because they just sort of came in and said, right, we're doing Agile, boom, and it was all Agile. Whereas actually if you'd done that sort of discovery piece initially, that was a bit more prescriptive, and then set up the project from the outset, it probably would have done a bit better. But that certainly put me off Agile for a long time, and it wasn't until much later in my career that I saw a couple of really good examples of Agile working that I sort of started to get on board with Agile. But it's a grain of salt. You've got to kind of step back and look at what you're trying to achieve. And these sort of initiatives now that are coming on, where it is that combination of physical and digital and There's that stakeholder stuff, and there's those business processes that may be getting in the way and all that. It's about stepping back and actually thinking about holistically, well, what is it we're trying to achieve with each of the elements? Which bits do we know, the scope and how they're going to be delivered, and which bits are a bit fuzzy, and setting it up as best you can.
My question is, with summer coming up, how did you go with the virtual power plant?
So I was on the project from the initial, when they set it up, but I did actually talk to one of the guys at Plan IT who was actually involved in the testing of it. They just finished the testing of it in August. They were testing quite a few series of things. So one was more about sort of controlling how much energy was coming into the grid and all that, but there was also a couple of situations that they were testing. So if there was too much electricity generation from solar, how quickly could you shut the virtual power plant down, what they call constrained to zero? And also if there was a massive fluctuation of energy, how quickly could you discharge a battery? So that they were testing a few different scenarios. And it sounds like they've had a few wins, a few things where they still need to tweak, few questions about how it works in the market, because you've got this thing at the moment where everybody's starting to talk about it's going to cost more initially to get all this renewable energy integrated into the market, and how will that play out with the existing coal-fired power stations, but also with all the big wind farms and everything that's coming on. How do we get that system working properly? Because you're basically moving from a situation where you've got a few big generators like coal-fired power plants to a whole bunch of medium-sized generators. Some work with wind, some work with solar, some work with something, and then goodness knows how many smaller virtual power plants trying to control what's happening at the distribution end of the grid. So yeah, some interesting learnings. It sure will get published. Project Symphony, a lot of stuff is online about that because it was federally funded by ARENA, if you're interested.
I've got the microphone, so I'll go next. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really love the pragmatic view of combining the different approaches. I think, like everyone in the room, there's an emotional reaction to both the words agile and waterfall, and it's really fraught. What is the role of terminology in combining different approaches going forward?
Oh, look, and that's the thing. You talk about waterfall and agile, and then behind that, there's a whole spectrum of different methodologies, and lots of organisations sort of have their own flavour and all that sort of stuff. And I know that particularly, and this is probably particularly true for developers and agile teams, that sort of being able to work in that team setting and having that control and everything is quite important. And so when you've got these dependent processes and stuff that can sort of affecting their groove and their cadence, that can be quite frustrating for them. So for me, and you said the word, it's pragmatic. It is about being pragmatic and actually having that control. Whether or not you use the term waterfall is a bit irrelevant. As a manager, and whether you're a project manager or a general manager or looking at a BA or a strategy analyst looking at the strategy, when you're coming into those initiatives, it's about understanding how different parts of your organisation and your business and your suppliers and everything work best, and almost like shielding them from that. So if the agile team's quite happy working on their product enhancements and all that sort of stuff, don't just start throwing a whole bunch of stuff on the backlog that's going to get stuck in quagmire because it's dependent on a whole bunch of stuff. Manage it a bit better. Actually sort of think about when you start introducing that work into the backlog so that they do still maintain that control and do as much as possible. So you might not tell them that you're managing this waterfall process over here before you start planting stuff on their back, but you know that's essentially what you're doing. So yeah, it's that pragmatic approach, sort of understanding all the facets of the whatever the initiative is, whether it's something BAU or a project or something like that, and just managing when it hits everything so everybody can work best.
I think it's my turn. So
Where are we?
Here.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, hi, Ting.
Hi. My question is, who actually make a decision whether or not we're going to do waterfall, going to do agile? Is it BA, is it project manager, or is it stakeholder who pay?
So there's the real world, and then there's how the world should probably be. So a lot of people are kind of beholden to one particular approach or another. From my perspective, I have the opportunity at the moment to sort of shape a lot of the projects that are coming up in my organisation, because I've got control of the business case process. So for me, it's from the outset thinking about what is the vision that we're trying to achieve here, how much of the organisation is going to be involved, has it got an IT component, is it a business component, has it got a more physical deliverable, have we got a supplier involved, and actually start thinking about that early. So at the business case stage, you're actually starting to plant those seeds and those conversations and get that vision of how it's all going to go as early as possible. Of course, that's often not how things happen. I have the opportunity to drive that a little bit in my current role, but you'll always get the left field ones where somebody's already decided a solution and it's already ended up on somebody's backlog, and it's all got, and then it all goes a bit funny. In those situations, it's about actually then taking stock and actually getting everybody to stand back and think, all right, so this is the situation we're in. We're in a bit of a quagmire because we've got all this work, this product-based digital work. It's held up by this process here, or these two product teams aren't doing the same cadence, and it's all got a bit haywire. So it's about understanding that and taking that step back and trying to reorganise things to drive that delivery as best as possible.
Thank you, Anna, for your speech. It's really helpful. My question was about, is there a secret for, estimations of time? Should we just not communicate when the project will be delivered, because it just always seems to miss the mark?
So I personally, there's a great tool in the business analyst toolkit called the straw man. I tend to put what I think is a realistic timeline together, and then consult as widely as possible and see how many people go, when you actually show it to them, and get them to be realistic, actually get them to talk through what might happen, what are the risks and all that sort of stuff. And this is where, when you talk about waterfall, we use waterfall when we have to deliver a defined scope. Time and that is largely irrelevant. People always talk about time because time is often associated with money. But at the end of the day, you can't half implement a 1 megawatt battery, for example. It's either all or nothing, and it takes as much time as it's going to take. So when it's pure waterfall, then that element should be irrelevant. It's when you've got those dependencies on those more agile initiatives, and making sure that you line things up so that they're working as efficiently as they can. It's like I said, unless they are able to do true agile, it's not going to be as meaningful for them. You won't get the best out of the agile part of the initiative.
Anna, my question is, in Project Symphony or any other project that has successfily combined these processes, is there any conflict between the tools used to manage those?
Oh, yeah, I mean, and when you talk about whether or not you go sort of full, everything on a sort of tool like Jira or DevOps or something like that, or whether you use old Microsoft Project, or I still know project managers that get out the Excel spreadsheet, even though it's just like tearing your hair out. At the end of the day, as long as somebody's managing that, it doesn't really matter. I'm a big fan of making sure that, particularly if you've got established teams, that they are using what they are familiar with as much as possible, because you're already introducing change. They're already trying to manage a whole bunch of change that they're inflicting on the rest of the organisation. You don't want to kind of inflict change on them at the same time. So as somebody who sort of does sort of more the management aspect, I try and maintain as possible. And that means that at the end of the day, the project manager or the BAs end up taking the hit, and we sort of have to change how we work in order to facilitate the most efficient delivery, because at the end of the day, that's what it should be about. It's about delivering what is needed as efficiently as possible.
So I was wondering, where do you find the biggest inefficiencies when using these processes? And in a perfect world, how do we address them?
The biggest inefficiencies, I've worked in government a lot. Any process in government, you can get those inefficiencies. And it is really, and this is the thing, a lot of, particularly in government, but in other organisations as well, that want that certainty, that waterfall sort of vision kind of provides that. So having, inevitably, where I've had success in government, particularly in health, there's been a waterfall overlay over any agile initiative in order to create those gateways and those approvals and stuff, so that the managers feel comfortable with that, particularly when you're talking about patient-facing systems, because that's a bit sensitive, and there's all the things that you need to do and sort of get safety and approval from clinical people. So there's always that waterfall process overlay, but that's very much about understanding the context you're in, and other organisations may be different. It's all about understand the risk appetite of your organisation. If they're happy to sort of go down a rabbit hole and do everything agile from end to end and off you go, then great. But government in particular, and that's where we were hit with the battery, because the council was like, yeah, sounds great, but it's a bloody great big thing that we're not familiar with being stuck in our area. What do we do? So you really had to provide that certainty to them before we could get on to the fun agile stuff.
Following on from that, if you were going to run a startup and try and build out a product or a service, how would you implement a hybridized waterfall and agile approach?
So it will very much depend on the business context. I mean, startups, I think, are a perfect example of where agile is brilliant. Again, there may be certain industries where perhaps having that waterfall overlay, particularly if you're talking about health and all that sort of stuff, may be more appropriate. You may still want to be able to do your problem solving and solutioning and that on the IT at that end. The other thing is when you talk about startups, there's those startups that are like purely digital product, build it and they will come type models, but there are those that you're sort of introducing with a big business process element on top of it. So you're asking people to change how their organisation operates to a certain extent, or alternatively, you're going into the organisations and working out how you can adjust and change your application. I think that's where you start to have to think about what you're doing and maybe think about which elements that you sort of manage more in a waterfall and kind of outside maybe your more core agile team technical delivery. But it really, really depends on the business context.
We've got time for one more question.
No? Well, in that case, just some final thoughts. If you have a good follow-up question, come and find me, or feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. There is only one Anna Rajanda at the moment, so you should be able to find me. Want to find out more about business analysis, there's some information around IIBA, both international and Australia. We actually have our Festival of Business Analysis coming up as well. Go check that out if you're interested. If you want to learn about Project Symphony, or there's a whole bunch of stuff on the Arena website around that. They're about to do some of their final reports, so look out for them because they should be quite interesting as well. Otherwise, thank you.
Founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, Each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe, our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
Clicker. Check 1, 2.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com.
Sure.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Rob Moore. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of MakerX, and it's my absolute pleasure to be able to introduce you to the second talk this morning in River Room number 1. Let's get a bit of excitement going, get a bit of a cheer. How are we doing? We good? It's easy at the start of the day because everyone's got a lot of energy. So we have joining us here David Miko. He's going to be talking to us about investing in your engineering experience. We were actually having a little chat yesterday while we were setting everything up, and I'm actually really excited to see this talk. Now, David is a software professional with a passion for making a difference for customers and colleagues alike. He's shipped code and runs teams across a variety of industries. And currently, he runs an engineering experience function at Korea, looking to level up both engineers and the environment that they work within, which is very relevant to your talk. So thank you, David. Take it away. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Rob. We good? Yeah. Okay. So yes, g'day everyone, and thanks for coming along. As Rob mentioned, I'm David Miko. I'm an engineering director at Korea, and I'm here to talk to you today about engineering experience. And if you're sitting there thinking, just what on earth is EX? Well, good, you're at the right talk. Before I begin, I want to start by acknowledging the sponsors, without whom DDD doesn't happen. I also want to give a massive shout out to the volunteers who just year after year come along and set this thing up and create a wonderful, wonderful conference for the rest of the Perth community. If they don't come along, this doesn't happen, so amazing job by them again. I also want to give a bit of a shout out to my employer, Qoria. Obviously, a lot of my talk today wouldn't exist without them giving me the opportunity to go ahead and do this role. I've been working for them for about 6 years now. It's been fantastic to work for an amazing cause, and it's something that just has enabled me to grow and play a variety of roles and explore things that I wouldn't have been able to do previously. We are at a sponsor at DDD today. You can come and see us at our booth in the Sports Lounge. So, what is the engineering experience? To begin here, let's start with some background. So, growth brings massive opportunities to any organization. In 2021, I saw a talk from Mike Noonan of Octopus Deploy at YAR conference. And he was talking about scaling Octopus Deploy, not the technology, but the organization. And he described it as a lot like riding a tiger. It's something that you've got to just grip onto, hold on tight, and just hope it goes well as you go along. And having lived that experience over 6 years at Qoria, I can absolutely see what he was talking about. When I joined, we were about 30-something people based in a small office here in Perth. We're now like, 400, 500 people all around the world 6 years later. And what it means to work in a company like that changes a lot, both as a developer and a company member. For us, scale meant a rapid growth that risked a Frankenstein of culture, practice, tooling, platforms. We never really set out to be a multi-cloud company, but through acquisitions, we ended up with all three of them, so that happened. You get increasing expectations from customers and investors. People look at a startup very differently as they look at a company that now has to win market share and compete. And you get increasing expectations from internal staff and potential new joiners as well. If you're joining a startup, you wear lots of hats. You don't always get, all the trimmings and stuff that come with a larger organization. Once you reach a certain size, that becomes a base expectation. So having felt a number of the pain points that come along this way, and increasingly wanting to solve problems of alignment that were going across the whole department and organization, I had the idea of pitching to my CTO a new kind of role, specifically looking at solving some of these big picture problems. Luckily for me, he had the equally crazy idea of accepting that. And so in our first chat about the role, we sat down and we thought, what were the things that we wanted to achieve? And the main three things that we identified at the start were wanting to engage and empower our people. So we wanted to create an environment that drove retention for engineers, but also enabled them to do their best work. Doing this meant driving learning and development within the organization. We were constantly having to learn new skills, new platforms as our technologies changed, or you moved from platform A to platform B, and you need to invest a lot in your people in order to achieve that. Finally, we wanted to boost productivity, because at the end of the day, you don't improve your teams without wanting to see an improvement of output, removing friction, removing roadblocks, making teams happier. At the end of the day, happier teams are more productive teams. So, naming is hard. It's like the saying goes, there are two hard problems in computer science: location validation, naming, and off by one errors. There seem to be a lot of overloaded terms in our industry. Throughout this talk, you're going to hear terms and titles like this a lot. And indeed, there are going to be people walking around at the conference today with titles like, developer experience team or developer productivity engineer. And that's great. There might even be some people with those titles in this room. There's nothing wrong with these titles. It just didn't really describe what I wanted to do in the role that I was about to create. This is a slide that I used to pitch the role internally to some of our leadership at Qoria. And what I was trying to do is trying to create a really holistic approach, looking at the end-to-end experience for our people. So I couldn't just focus on the tooling, even though as an engineer at heart, that's something that I'm really passionate about. And I couldn't just look at the work that they were being asked to do. I had to also look at what we might traditionally call softer things, the kind of environment that they're working in, the way that teams interact with each other, the goals that we're setting for our people within the organisation, or their aspirations on the career ladder. To me, all these things make up part of your day-to-day work as an engineer, whether you realise them or not. And so I wanted to have a look at all of these things in the role of EX, and I wanted to do it for people that weren't just developers. Developers are really important, but I strongly believe that the base unit delivery in any organisation is the team, and developers are only one part of that. So if you're only optimising for one part of the chain, you're missing something. So another way of thinking about engineering experience is thinking about some of the problems that prevent it from being great. The developers in the room might be familiar with code smells. The idea that there are small little things in your code base that in isolation, they might not seem like the biggest problem in the world, but they're usually indicative of a much bigger issue. A suppressed exception here, a badly named function there, a method that's got 12 different parameters. Now, your experience as an engineer is no different. There are smells that exist that point to bigger problems within your organisation. Now, if you look at this screen up here, who in this room has experienced one of these at some point in their career, or indeed something very similar? Right, so it's most of the room. Last week, sure. At the end of the day, your experience is important, and these are things that get in your way. Now, it's important to try and take stock and measure the experience that you've got. The question is, how do we do that? Measurement is hard. I'm really sad that I'm giving a talk at the same time as my former colleague Esty, who's got a great talk on metrics and their misuses. You should absolutely watch that back later on. I'll start with a quote by Martin Fowler, because I really like Martin Fowler, and this quote speaks to me. You cannot measure the productivity of software teams, but that doesn't mean that people don't try. Executives love a good metric, but before we pick on executives, so do engineers. We sit there and we look at P99s for API requests, we think about how long our system has been up or down, and we pick apart the little itty-bitty things about our sprints. There's always a temptation for people to take the latest thing that the internet is talking about and treat it as a silver bullet, a panacea for all your problems. Oh, how did that get there? DORA metrics are something that I want to talk about because for some time now, the DevOps Research and Assessment Group has been looking at software delivery performance within organizations. And they have 4 key metrics that they use to measure this. So they look at how often an organization successfully releases to production, how long it takes a commit to get from the code out to production, percentage of deployments that are causing a failure, and how long it takes an organization to recover from one of those failures. And these are all very sound and research-backed metrics. They also have a bucketing, a rating system, if you like. Now, this page is a bit old. It's lifted from a blog post in 2020. There's now only 3 buckets as opposed to 4. But essentially, you get the picture here. So you look at where your team or your organization sits on this table, and you get bucketed into either an elite performer, a high performer, a low performer, etc. It's really useful. Except, maybe DORA is unfair for you. Maybe you work in a regulated industry, or maybe your software goes into military hardware and you measure your release cadence in years, not days. Most of all, maybe you have to deal with Apple and their mystical release process that's driven by a magic 8-ball. At the end of the day, metrics like DORA are a really handy way of showing where overall things are at for your team and whether they're getting better or worse. But they absolutely have their limitations, and they fundamentally have their misuses. If you're seeing people taking raw DORA metrics for Team A and Team B and comparing them and saying that one of these teams is better or worse, that should be ringing some alarm bells. Don't take my word for it, though. So Dr. Nicole Forsgren, who is the DORA lead and the co-author of Accelerate, the science of lean software and DevOps, she says that the key is to measure, adjust your context if necessary, understand where you are, and then improve. Industry benchmarks be damned. Now, this is the person who wrote the book, the literal book about this stuff. Another quote I like from her is, while the metrics are a good starting point, it's beyond this that the real work begins. Where are our constraints, our blockers, our roadblocks? You can try and find this algorithmically if you build something to do this, or, she suggests, you can just ask people what they swear at the most often. And honestly, I like that idea. And that brings us to the space of developer productivity. This is also authored by Dr. Forsgren alongside Dr. Margaret Ann Story, and this is a really, really interesting paper. For people who don't read papers a lot, don't worry about it, it's pretty consumable, but it sets out 5 key dimensions of developer productivity: satisfaction and well-being, performance, activity, communication, collaboration, and efficiency and flow. The whole point of SPACE is that when looking at developer productivity, or in my eyes, engineering experience, we can't just look at the stuff that we're pulling from GitHub in terms of stats. We can't just look at our DORA metrics. That can tell you about performance, it can tell you about activity, but there's 3 whole dimensions there that's not reaching. This is a table pulled from the SPACE paper. It's not even the full table. There's stuff that goes off the screen and it just gets too small. But you can see from here just how many things there are to potentially look at to understand this space. The thing is, unfortunately, people looked at this table and they were like, right, these are all the things we need to measure within our organization, and we will understand and we'll be able to put a number on developer productivity. No, not really. It's kind of the point that it's making is that there's a lot and you can't really just simply draw things out with raw numbers. Again, quoting the author of the paper, Dr. Margaret Ann Story, it's not a quick fix. It can't be applied. It doesn't take away the hard work that you've got to do to understand what's going on with your company, within your software teams, between your engineering systems, and that takes a lot of work. And that brings me to developer productivity at Stripe. Now, for those who aren't familiar with this somewhat famous Twitter thread, there's a link and a QR code up there that you can follow and have a read afterwards. But this is a series of posts by Rebecca Murphy, who at the time was an engineering manager at Stripe. And she starts off by saying that her team, the developer experience team, started in January 2022 with 2 things: the SPACE paper and the vague idea that they would make it really, really easy for engineers to complain about things. What they did is they called the complaints submitted by engineers paper cuts, and they created cute little buttons that they stuck all over their tools to make it really easy to submit them. Turns out the buttons got clicked, and they got clicked a lot. And further down the thread, she says this: "We quickly realized just how many blind spots we had into the lived experience of software engineers." And that quote is something that sticks with me, because at the end of the day, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the intersection of the data that we collect, but then the information that the teams can use to enrich that and provide a better picture to us. So inspired by this, how did we start setting things up at Qoria to measure our own engineering experience? Well, to begin with, one thing that we used to do is we ran Westrum organizational culture surveys, really simple surveys, 5 questions, based on the research of a guy called Dr. Ron Westrum. And really what they tell you is, it speaks to the culture of your organization. Are you a very top-down driven organization, quite authoritarian, failure is not really tolerated, those sorts of things? Or are you more generative? Are you accepting a failure as long as it's followed by inquiry? Do you not shoot messengers when they produce bad news? And that was a good start, but reading the Stripe stuff, I wanted to understand these paper cuts as well. So I moved out of Google Forms, which was fine for the small surveys, and the people team let us use Culture Amp, and we sent out another survey, our first proper engineering experience survey. And in this, we repeated the Westrum questions, but we also gave people a chance to submit paper cuts. Free-form text field, tell us what's going on, tell us your points of friction in your day-to-day work. And we also started to measure cognitive load, so getting an idea of how much stress teams were under, or how overloaded they felt. I supplemented this with interviews with our leaders or principal engineers to get an idea of what was going on in their team. But fundamentally, a thing that was missing was gathering all this data together was really, really hard. Lots of free-form text, trying to draw stuff out of these survey responses, even in a survey tool like HaltTramp, it's getting a bit difficult. I needed something that I could really send out to like 130 odd people and understand what was going on. That's when I came across a product called DX, or rather a company called DX and their experience product. And this is pretty much what we're using right now. Now, straight away, there's 3 pieces of context that I can highlight here. So at the top, we've got some really high-level questions that get asked. So they're just like, how productive do you feel in day-to-day work? How engaged are you when you come into work? Those sorts of things. But then we start drilling into things that are really specific about your day-to-day experience in your team. So what are the quality of your requirements like? How easy is it for you to ship stuff to production? And we ask people 2 things. We ask them, how do you feel about this? Like, what's your sentiment? Is it good? Is it bad? That kind of thing. And then, how important is this to you to improve? And that's interesting because surely you'd want to improve all the worst things, right? Well, as it turns out, no. A lot of the time, importance and sentiment don't necessarily correlate. And teams want to continue improving things that are already pretty okay. But they're telling you that those are the most important things to improve, right? So improve them. The other thing that we've got over here is some commentary. So people can leave a response and say, this is what we should do, or we've got this problem. And then others can reply to that, or +1 it, or offer solutions that have worked from their own areas. And all of this builds up to a really, really rich experience of what's going on within these teams. Now, this talk isn't about this product, and you don't need this product to do this. At the end of the day, though, what it is about providing that context and those insights that come from the trenches, so to speak, and combining that with the data that you're gathering systematically across the board. You're probably measuring something like DORA already, or maybe you're tracking things like, how stable the velocity of your teams are, or things like that. That's all great. The data is great. You should keep doing that. But supplementing it with context is how you get the much better picture of what's going on. And that's what enables you to solve problems. Now, when we're talking about solving problems, the first thing that you need to understand is not all problems are created equal. So problems for an individual in a team, crappy local environment, not having a learning and development plan, untrained on a particular tool that they're using. These are things that the individual can fix, or someone in the team can help them with, or maybe their manager. But then team-level problems are a bit tougher. Like maybe you've got cultural problems within your team, or maybe you've got process or organizational problems. Maybe your devs are just sort of chucking stuff over the fence to your QAs and saying, there you go, that's your job, I'm on to the next thing. Maybe you've got really painful collaboration between teams within your organization. Or maybe you've got really, lacking sort of documentation standards. So when things like onboarding occur, new person joins the team, they can't get set up effectively. That's not just a problem for them, that's a problem for your team, because your team is going to spend weeks getting them up to speed. And then finally, we've got the systemic problems, the things that are much, much bigger. Big cultural problems in an org, or organizational structural problems. Development is over here, operations is over there, never the twain shall they meet, there's a lot of waste in the middle. Or maybe you've got the world's worst ticketing system. Everyone in this room has a system in their mind right now. It's all right, we don't need to share what that is, you're right. When you focus on the big stuff, that's how you start making big grounds. So a lot of what I do is sort of thinking about these problems as a force multiplier for the engineering team. So for instance, the past couple of quarters I've spent looking at Qoria rather, I have spent looking at our product development lifecycle. So this is it's probably one of the biggest processes within Qoria in terms of its reach. There is almost not a team in the company that this does not touch, either as a stakeholder or a participant. And that can be really daunting, right? Like that's a huge process, and trying to improve that seems like a gigantic job. But it's also a massive opportunity. If you can take this process that spans teams and teams and teams, and you can improve it by just like 10%, you're not improving that for like one person or one team. You're improving that for like hundreds of people. And that's a huge opportunity. Now, if you've got a background in lean thinking, it definitely helps. There's a lot of mapping of processes, a lot of looking into data and turnaround times and things like that, identifying waste and poorly implemented processes. But if we go back to an earlier point, there's also a people element to this. It's not just the numbers, it's what the teams are telling us. And so bringing those worlds together and trying to coalesce a picture of where the next best improvement is really important. Some of the stuff that you've got to do to effectively do this is educate, leverage, and help some of the leaders within your organization, whether they're within technology or without. Maybe, the next biggest thing that you can do to help your engineering team isn't actually within engineering itself. Maybe it sits with your security team or your HR team or your product team. Building relationships and working with these people to understand how they can solve the bigger picture is really important. But no less important are the working groups or communities that already exist within your organization. Pretty much everywhere I've worked has had a great community at a grassroots level of developers or testers or engineers or whatever. For years when I worked at Bank West, we had a developer community that I helped run and organize, and it was great. Year after year after year, there was great content. People would give talks, they'd go on to conferences, we'd talk about new ideas, all sorts of things. We do similar things at Qoria now. We have, global Qoria learning sessions. Someone from the UK was trying to teach me about neural networks the other month. I think some of it got through. But the reality is, these communities are great places to look for experience improvements because they've got problems that they want to solve. They've got ideas. They're a collection of really smart people. If you leverage them, you can start solving these problems. But when you're focusing on all the big stuff, it's also really important to not forget the small wins that can be made along the way. So anyone who works with me knows that I harp on about retrospectives way too much, but honestly, they are the single most important ceremony any team can have, whether they're agile or not. And I'm right, fight me, etc. It's, at the end of the day, they are the engine of continuous improvement for your team, if you get them right. If. At some point, anyone who's in this room who's worked in an agile team has sat through a really sucky retrospective, and they suck the air out of the room and the energy of the team, and you don't want that. But if you get them right, and you start driving improvements on a regular basis, your experience gets better. The other thing is, for someone like me, individual teams can be like canaries in the coal mine. So I can have a look at a team, I can have a look at issues that they're having with their build pipelines or whatever it might be, and I can use that as an indicator of whether that's going to be an issue elsewhere. Equally, if they've tried a new tool and it's going really well, that's something that we can spread out to the rest of the organization potentially. And those teams can then become champions of that. So this can be like little quality of life improvements at the end of the day. Something really simple like, reducing the build time of, whatever JavaScript packaging engine you're using, or bringing in a new tool to do automated QA testing to dramatically cut down the time that it takes to run your smoke tests. Whether it's tooling or process or, practice, these teams can help build in these little tweaks that can flow out across your organization. It's a snowball effect. One team makes a positive change. The teams adjacent who are working with that team see that and go, why don't we have that? And then they implement it, and then the teams working with them implement it, and before you know it, you've got this wave of improvement that sweeps across your organization, in theory. Now, how you can support that, either as an individual engineer or as a leader within your team, is helping to spread the word and, talk. Could be at a conference like this or a meetup. My colleague here, Todd, talking here last year. Could be internal blog posts or, meeting groups or whatever you've got. Could be hackathons. We run a global hackathon every year. Some of the stuff that we produce goes into our products soon after, or some of the stuff just goes into our QA environments or test environments to make working easier. Someone one year, at some point, just a really simple thing, like we used to have a mobile app and it had 3 different environments and you have to go through this dance to use 3 different builds to test those different environments. And someone in a hackathon was just like, hey, so what if we did this thing and you like shaked your phone and a prompt came up and it asked you which environment you wanted to do? Yeah, that's a pretty cool idea. Like that was in use like 2 weeks later. And it just made, all the QAs in that team were like, this is fantastic. And it doesn't even have to be a big event, right? So my colleague Sandro down the bottom here, just a simple Slack message that he posted. And one day he was like, you know what, here's this infrastructure as code PR that just adds Jira issue linking to your GitHub repositories and just does it for you. Little quality of life thing, like no biggie. You wouldn't really think was particularly exciting. But then you saw all the little like love hearts appearing. Like, oh, this seems to be important to people. And then you saw all the GitHub pull requests for people making the exact same change for their repositories across the organization started to come in as well. It's like, okay, maybe this is something that we actually just need across the board. And all from, I don't know, a Slack message that probably took him 20 seconds to type. So solving problems is great. It's what we want to do. And we want to improve the experience for our people. But for me, how we went about setting this up and how you go about making it successful doesn't come without challenges. A good example here is the learning and development side of things. So when my boss and I sat down at the start, as I mentioned, one of our aims was to improve L&D for people and drive that within the organization. And to start with, we got those runs on the board. We established organizational policy support with our people team for some generous learning and development budgets for our people. We created a tech learning and development hub on our internal wiki where we listed conferences like this, you know, meetup groups in Perth, Melbourne, Leeds, wherever our teams were based. We linked into training providers and platforms, a Cloud Guru, Pluralsight, Coursera, all these things. And we took our lunch and learns that we were running sort of locally in our offices and we made them a global event. So, you know, people try to teach me about neural nets from the other side of the world. And this all worked. This all worked really well. And like, we ran our people and culture survey afterwards and we saw a 25-point engagement score increase in learning and development across the technology team. Great, this is fantastic. This is really, really easy. Except, I created a role, but I hadn't created a budget, didn't have a team, didn't have a line of business. I was spending other people's money, and that's fine to a point, but then it gets to a point where you're not just making like, you know, new wiki pages and you want to do something else. And, well, you have to convince people, right? It's their money, fair enough. And part of the challenge here is, especially when you don't, back before we had our sort of tooling set up to get opinions from people and sort of insights from our teams, what was obvious to me as someone who had worked in these teams wasn't so obvious to people who were towards the top of the tree in the organization and, you know, handed out money. And so there's like a challenge there, right? So there's a lot of education that goes on. There's a lot of working with these people and trying to like gather evidence, which if you don't have the right tooling is hard, putting that together and bringing it to the table. And this meant things took a long time. So pitching ideas was really easy. Everyone's always happy to hear a new idea. Resourcing them, a bit harder, because now you've got to pony up some cash and, you know, buy something or change something or interrupt the delivery of something to make a change. And delivering that becomes even harder. And fair enough, like, you know, these people have got a lot of different things on their plate and you're competing for time. And then obviously there was the challenge of how could I get information from like 150 different people and coalesce that into one spot. Now, as it turned out, once I solved that problem, once I got the right tooling in place to do that, all of the problems before it became a lot easier and became a lot more simplified because you could point to not only the data, but also what people were telling you and say, yeah, this is actually something that we should look at. But the final problem is probably a little bit more of a personal problem, right? And that's bias. Now, at the end of the day, something like the L&D hub, I shipped it. I produced some measurements for it. We ship a product, we should measure it. You can measure engagement, and it was going pretty well. Except I felt it should be better. And I was like, well, what is wrong with this? Like, why isn't this thing falling over? There's a lot of good material in there. And at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with it, right? It's just my personal bias. I'm a very learning-driven person. Like, that's where my bias is at. And that's not true of all people. And I was letting that influence my expectations of what should be coming out there. So checking those biases and thinking about them before we roll out the next piece of work became really important. As did learning to sell. So I'm an engineer at heart. I can sell you on why a piece of work is going to need to take 2 weeks rather than 2 days. I can negotiate short-term, compromises with long-term goals. Lobbying for this sort of work in the experience world is very similar, but you've just got a much higher level audience. And they're not always technology people as well. You're having to work with the head of HR, or you're having to work with finance to try and get some of that budget that you're talking about. And this meant not only trying to educate those people as to why things that I saw was important for them as well, but as I mentioned before, competing with other really important people within the organization who had equally important things to try and deliver. Now, to break through that, the moment I actually sat down and worked out a way of succinctly describing what I was delivering for the organization and what I hoped to deliver next, and most importantly, how that mapped up to the organization's overall goals, like, that made the biggest difference working with these people. Being able to speak in terms of, like, you've got a goal of building a world-class engineering team with engagement of blah, I can help you with that. The other thing that helped me with is, at a personal level, it helps you roll with the punches, right? Like, pitching idea after idea after idea and getting, like, rejected because, it isn't quite good enough or it doesn't meet the criteria that they want. Reframing that instead as, like, a changing of customer needs. Again, I'm an engineer, like, change is constant. Ship this, customer didn't want that, we want this instead. Okay, I can deal with that. I'm able to adapt to that, and I should be thinking about that the same way here as well. Now, this quote here from Min Pham from Ibotta, Engineering Enablement Podcast, fantastic resource, I mentioned it at the end. But they're talking about running a developer experience team at Ibotta, and they say, we're talking about what the goalpost is every single month. We use this metaphor in thinking about the developer experience team, that everything that we're trying to build, we are a startup within a startup. And that is that was one of those sort of light bulb moments for me where I'm like, okay, this isn't just about shipping something, celebrating it, and spending a bit of time watching it and monitoring it and sort of waiting until the next big thing comes along a while later. No, you've shipped it, there is another problem, or 3 or 4 or 5 right behind it. And once you get into that sort of realization and you're happy to sort of work through that and able to kind of establish a good cadence with it, there's a lot more comfort that comes along with that. And so really where that led me to is mastering these sort of conversations with our stakeholders in the organization and sort of saying, okay, here's what you've got for your money so far. Here's how it's helped you achieve your goals. This is what that same level of investment will get you next. Here's what I can offer. But with this increasing level of investment, I could actually give you this. And so that's kind of how I started to roll that conversation, get more and more achieved, essentially, as the years went on. Now, before I finish, I mentioned a few really key resources here in working with what is a wildly named field of work. Whether you call it engineering experience like I do, developer experience, developer productivity, there is a wealth of resources out there. Some really good ones that I would point you to if you're interested in this space. So the Engineering Enablement Podcast, I mentioned it before, there is a series of really interesting different leaders, backgrounds, company sizes that participate in that podcast. The episodes that are on the space paper and Dorometrics talking to Dr. Forsgren and Dr. Story are really good themselves. I would highly recommend having a look at the space paper. It's pretty easy reading, much like Accelerate, and it's not on here, but you should totally read the Phoenix Project if you haven't already. These are all really, really good resources at understanding what it takes to not only measure things within software delivery, but understand the wider context that they sit within. In terms of me, you can see me on that website that shall not be named. I'll just be probably ranting about football and cricket until everything finally burns down and falls over. But that reaches the end of my talk. I hope it's been enlightening and you've learnt a few things on the way, and I think I've got time to answer a few questions if there are any.
Thanks, David. That was really informative. I wanted to latch onto your point about good retros, bad retros. What are some of the best attributes that you've seen? Obviously, it'll vary a bit from team and organisation, but what does good look like for you in a retro?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to start by naming another book. Agile Retrospectives by Esther Darby is a fantastic resource, but I would say number one would be everyone is engaged pretty much as soon as they walk in the room and in the first couple of minutes. If everyone has been able to talk and have a conversation in that first initial period, chances are that they're willing to contribute for the rest of the meeting. The other thing is, and it's probably more something to avoid rather than what makes it good, but I think often, particularly at the start of teams' life cycles, there's a tendency to want to solve the world in terms of your retro actions and stuff. And so you'll often see okay, we're going to take away these 10 actions and 2 for you and 2 for you and 1 for you and 3 for you. Don't do that. Hopefully your team is going to be together a long time. You're going to be able to focus on these things over a period of time. Pick 1 or 2 things, focus on them, make them a little bit better, come back in 2 weeks, a month, whatever it is that you run in terms of your cadence. See if you want to keep working on them or, change target to something else. I think those are the main things that stand out. I mean, there's a lot you can do, but if you get those 2 right, you're pretty much on the right track.
David, wanted to ask a question. So I'm wondering about the assumption or the premise that developer productivity is really closely related to kind of happiness, right? And that developers are really peculiar. As an engineer, I get that. As a former team lead, I get that. We have different things that make us happy than lots of other people. How did you go, I guess, explaining some of that to people in HR and other places that may not kind of understand how that actually will work?
Yeah. Well, I'm really lucky. At Courier, our people team has got some really good people in it, and it's really easy to have not just sort of constructive conversations with them about this stuff, but somewhat direct and honest conversations as well. So I think if you've got that level of understanding to begin with, that really helps. Both parties start from a place of not thinking that they know everything about engagement and happiness and stuff within orgs. I think the people aspect, yes, I hear it a lot, developers in particular or engineers as a whole, we're very different people. And we are, but it's kind of like that saying that everyone is their own special, unique snowflake, just like everyone else. I think a lot of the things that we see with engineering teams are not necessarily just isolated to engineering teams. Lots of teams, regardless of whether they are in the organisation, might have someone who's got some pretty bad behaviours or might struggle to communicate effectively, or things like that. So I think a lot of the time it's just talking at a level which is pretty fundamental to a lot of what these people do, which is staff engagement, staff well-being, things like that, and then illustrating how something that you want to do is a driver of that. Fundamentally, at the end of the day, the person who's in charge of the people team within your organization is probably incentivized to have, X retention or whatever it is, or people and culture scores in sort of culture amp. What you're basically doing is you're discussing with them how they're going to achieve that in the context of your engineering teams. I think there's, yep.
When you're referring to retros, because obviously there's a few ways to do it, in a culture where meeting bloat is already a little bit of a problem, would you recommend going for smaller squads or the larger development team as a whole post-sprint?
Yeah, I was having this conversation with someone at work. So, as I said before, like, we're quite big these days. We've probably got, I don't know, at a guess, certainly more than a dozen, maybe more than 15 engineering managers now. And we've got a lot of very different teams. We've got teams who work on like hardware appliances that are like racked into schools and, have a release cadence of like a physical release cadence of like months. And then you've got people who are like, whacking stuff into GCP hourly, And they work in very different ways and at very different cadences. And I think at the end of the day, what you want to try and achieve with these retros is not look at them as a ceremony that you have to do at like a mandated level, but rather what you're trying to achieve is you're trying to achieve essentially coming together of people, talking about how we improve stuff, and then targeting those improvements. And you can do that like in a meeting room every 2 weeks, if that's your jam, or you can go to the pub, right? And have a beer and talk about things and do it that way. Or you can run a game and, play Scribble or, whatever game of your choice for half an hour, and then follow that up with a discussion about what you want to do. That fundamentally, the most important thing is, what's going to work for the team rather than trying to like dictate something, and then let the team fit that into their own schedule. The engineering manager I was speaking to was like, we don't really work in like a Scrum sort of way, so we can't really do retros. And it's like, all you need to do is get the team together like once a month for a chat about what they want to improve. And after the first thing, they were like, hey, there's like 30 GitHub repositories that we can get rid of. Like, yeah, see?
I think we've got enough time for one more question.
Thanks for the talk. My question was just around when you started to find there was a real pressing need for the developer or engineer experience platform.
So the platform itself that I was talking about that we bought, or just the sort of role or function as a whole? Yep. I think it's kind of hard to pinpoint a single point in time, but somewhere between where we had grown to a point where I, as a manager, had ended up with like 40 people reporting directly into me, and then us having like, I don't know, a dozen managers who were running like lines of business with their own sort of squads and teams, and all of a sudden, because we'd acquired other companies and stuff, people were working in like very different ways, and you could kind of just see from like interactions on like the chat tools or in meetings or whatever, that there was just a lot of like friction that really didn't sort of need to be there. And that's kind of the point where it was kind of like, okay, there isn't really a way to sort of solve this without somebody starting to like look across the whole picture and start to, smooth some of those bumps out. So I think that was the main sort of driver.
All right, thank you very much, David. Everyone join me in saying thank you.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and a team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and
1, 2, 2, 3, 4.
and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's been said?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to see any of it.
And blah, blah, blah.
That's fine.
God, this is very hard. Sorry.
It's all right. It's fine.
Okay.
It's a wrap.
Nailed it.
Welcome, everyone. Our next speaker is Samantha Delina. She's going to talk about problem finding, not solving. She's on a mission to bring the human skills back into focus on technical roles. Welcome, Samantha.
Hello. Yes. Switch hands. Okay. My name is Samantha Delina and I'm here to talk about problem finding, not solving. Thank you all so much for coming to this session right before lunch. So I'm going to try and make it as fun as possible. I've popped up the sponsor slide at the start here. So thank you to all our sponsors to make this event possible. And while this is on the screen, I'm going to ask a couple of questions just to work out who I've got in my audience today. So if you put your hand up for me, who here is part of a startup or a small business? Nice. And who here wears multiple hats, like a sort of a hybrid role? Nice. And who here is just so good that they are the go-to person, regardless of what team or department you're in? Come on. I know there's more of you. Well, you've all got something in common. You're in demand and you're good at solving things. Now, the best problem solvers are the best problem finders. But they don't just find any problem, they find the right problem that needs solving. Now, problem solving is a fundamental skill that we learn throughout our school years, but I believe that we're only taught half the process. We are taught to look for solutions and to solve for the problem in front of us. But what about how to find the problem or how to find a better problem? Now, I bet you're all thinking, I've got enough problems in my life already. Why do I want to find more? We are always going to have problems come up to us in our lives, and it's about selecting the right problem for us at that moment. So let's have a talk about why we want to find some good problems. Firstly, productivity and effectiveness. So by focusing on the high priority issues, we increase our effectiveness of those and we can have greater impact on more relevant problems. Stress reduction. Looking at all the problems that we've got has an impact on stress and burnout. Goal alignment. Ensuring that the problems we address are aligned with our goals and our organisation's goals. It helps us work toward what's most impactful for us. And time management. So spending time or wasting time on inconsequential issues that aren't actually going to move us forward and progress us. We want to work on things that are actually going to have an impact. So let's consider what we need to know about finding some new and better problems and how we might move past some potential obstacles. So today I'm going to talk about 4 pillars of problem finding: curiosity, creativity, embracing uncertainty, and collaboration. So pillar number 1. Curiosity. So curiosity is defined as a desire to know. And in our case, we desire to know what is the best problem here. I've also got a second definition here, which I really like, which is about recognising a gap in our knowledge about something and becoming invested in closing that gap through exploration and learning. So when we look at problem finding, we acknowledge that there's a gap in what we know and we have a desire to know it. So this helps us with problem finding because it encourages us to ask some really great questions. And these are questions like, what is the problem that we have identified or discovered? Why does this problem need to be solved? Is it a better problem than others? Can you measure it? Or more specifically, how do you know when you've solved it? And will the outcome of solving the problem be worth the effort to solve it? So these are all great questions to ask and great things to know about problem finding. Now, we all view the world through our own lived experiences, our beliefs, and our standards. And we make assumptions based on those as well. At the extreme, this can be considered a type of bias or confirmation bias. And that is only looking for information that is consistent with our existing beliefs. So as a result of this, there are questions that we just don't ask because we are assuming that other people already know them or that they are obvious. So ask all the questions, even if they seem obvious or obvious to you. You might be surprised at the responses that people come back with. Different information that you weren't expecting. Information that is based on the other person's experiences, their standards and their beliefs. Pillar number 2, creativity. So we need to use our imagination and ideas to determine how a problem might benefit us. In most situations, there are a multitude of potential problems, and we usually default to the problems that we have encountered in the past, which makes sense. We've recognised them, we've seen them before, so we know what they look like. If we consider this again from a view of a bias, this comes under the category of availability bias or recency bias, which means relying only on information that comes readily to mind. And that's easy to do because it's fresh. It means thinking about the previous problem we've dealt with really recently. And this is a good starting point to problem finding, but it doesn't span wide enough. It implies that it's the only problem affecting us in this situation or scenario right now, and that no better problem exists. So before we start to get overwhelmed with the idea of trying to find more problems, let's look at this from a different angle. We are not looking for more problems to add to our collection of problems. We are looking to idea the best and most impactful problem affecting us right now. And while this involves creatively spanning for more problems initially, we then take all of those and we refine them to what is actually going to focus on the issue that's having the most impact for us in this situation. So get creative and think about potential problems that you normally wouldn't consider. And a lot of times we can default to solutions at this step. Hold back. We aren't looking for a problem because we have a good solution. I'll say that again. We aren't looking for a problem because we have a good solution. Right now, we are just looking for the best problem. Solutions will come later, and I'm confident that all of you will find the most appropriate solution to your problems. At the moment, we need to just get comfortable with selecting a problem that we may not yet know the answer for. Putting a bit of reality back into this discussion, I'll just say that we need to consider as many options as feasible in the time frame that you have and within your skill set. Pillar number 3, embracing uncertainty. So uncertainty is often centred around worries about the future and all the bad things that you can anticipate happening. And when we look at this from the perspective of problem finding, it may show up in us defaulting to the tried and true solution to the most obvious problem. And if we accept the obvious problem as our focus, it means we don't need to entertain the idea that we may not know the answer, or at least not straight away. Or it may be that there is a better problem that exists, but it means that we have to change some other aspect of our work or our project. So we attempt to anticipate all the possible things occurring in the future based on an unknown problem. So what if, instead, we put aside the obvious problem for a moment and just be open to the uncertainty of not knowing what problem may be uncovered? Uncertainty provides us with a great opportunity, and it's an opportunity for exploration and growth. Now, I think we've all heard about our comfort zone. So our comfort zone is where we feel safe, we feel confident, we feel calm. We know what to expect. And we kind of don't need to think too hard either. So our learning zone or our growth zone sits outside of that comfort. It's where we're challenged, we're stretched. We feel uncomfortable because we don't know all the answers. We may feel that discomfort because we can't predict what might happen next. Yet taking on that discomfort brings us to new and exciting opportunities and experiences. And it's these experiences that we otherwise wouldn't come across. So these new and different experiences mean we can expand our thinking and grow. We can grow our knowledge and learn things. So we can reinvent ourselves and our situations. So by referring to uncertainty as a chance for growth, exploration, creativity, that pressure from the future eases. Pillar number 4, collaboration. So collaboration allows us to identify all the people that this problem may impact. So is this a problem that you can solve by yourself? Is this something that you need someone to assist you with? Is it someone with a different skill set perhaps, or someone with more experience in what you're looking at? Who does this problem impact? Do you need to get certain approval for what you're working on? Collaboration is basically about all the different kinds of relationships that this problem will touch on. Now, has anyone heard of the concept of ecology? Most likely in decision making. Ecology in relation to problem finding is about identifying how the problem affects us, how it affects others, and how it affects the greater environment. So this is where we check the ecology. Will addressing this problem impact on others in a good way? Does this problem align with your goals or your organisation's goals? Is the time frame appropriate? Is the problem identified something that you have a chance of solving within the time frame you've been given? Now again, I'm going to bring a bit of reality back in because we might like to think that we have an indefinite amount of time to solve our problems, which isn't the case. We all know that there's a deadline someone set, so we work towards that deadline and we get to a certain point before we need to stop. So I'd like to pause and acknowledge here that this concept of problem finding probably isn't new to a lot of you, yet I am still talking about it. So just because we know a concept in theory doesn't mean that we're applying it or practicing it. So what are some potential obstacles that are stopping us from some good problem finding? Honestly, it's usually us. So our old ways of thinking, lack of self-trust, fears of failure, incompetence, and most of the time, ego. So when our ego is in the picture, it makes it much harder to be open and curious and look for potential problems. So if we think we don't know how to solve them immediately, we won't go looking for them. So our ego is there to protect us. It's to protect us from danger and threat. But it's not danger as we consider real danger. It's about those uncomfortable feelings, feeling awkward, embarrassed, feeling incompetent. The catch is if we aren't curious about new things, then we won't grow. So if we do the same things and the same behaviour, we will keep getting the same results. So this is our invitation to be open to recognise and find new problems so that we can expand our thinking, consider all the possibilities, leaving our egos behind, being okay to find a problem that we don't yet know the answer for. We know we will find it eventually. So name a problem, even if you don't yet know how to fix it. Imagine if we didn't waste our time on solving problems that weren't going to progress us or our work. Imagine if you could find the right problem to solve the majority of the time. The best problem solvers are the best problem finders. And they don't just find any problem, they find the right problem that needs solving. So the 4 pillars I've described today, curiosity, creativity, embracing uncertainty, and collaboration, are the key to becoming a great problem finder. Use these to guide your problem selection and identify a better problem. Problem finding is not merely a skill, it is an attitude, and it's a way of thinking that can empower us and the world. Now, in the final moment, I found this great quote that I like from Einstein. You can read it on the board. Other than that, I want to thank you all for giving me your valuable time here, and I trust that you found something out of this topic that you can take away. Again, my name is Samantha Delina. You can catch me around this afternoon or find me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
Thanks for the talk. Just a quick question. When sometimes you're going full-blown in problem-solving mode or whatever, and you need to take yourself out of that into problem-finding mode, what sort of questions do you ask yourself in order to sort of make that shift in your own mind?
Thank you, that's a great question. So it's getting into that different mindset about the possibilities really. So when we're in problem solving, we've come to a rigid mindset on them. That's the only thing that we're looking for. So it's actually just getting that out of the way. So coming back to the core of what are you actually aiming to get out of it? What's the outcome that we're looking for? And some of that, like when we're talking about, development work and software, it's about those original requirements, those business requirements.
We've got time for one more question.
I identify as a problem finder. So my question is about how do you tackle the balance between always searching for problems where solving things, it will improve things, but often to an unknown extent, and investing that time to just get the thing done?
Yeah. Okay, so we're talking about how do you not spend all your time searching for problems. Yeah, that's great. Look, I guess part of that comes down to knowing what you want to achieve, so knowing what your goals are. So one of the slides at the start was talking about aligning with goals. So it may be your own personal goals or it may be the organisation's goals, but knowing what that goal is, that'll give you time to do your problem finding, and then knowing what you want to achieve with it, that will help you move to the next step. Thank you.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life in that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa.
Excellent! The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalising ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organisations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe. Our culture is strong and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
The evacuation of 2022.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment.
There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex as home ownership a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, don't want to look at it, don't want to see any of it.
And blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Okay.
That's a wrap. Nailed it.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life in that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa.
Excellent! The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalising ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organisations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future. A future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
2, 2, 2, hey, yeah, yep, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, hey, yeah, yep, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, hey, yeah, yep, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
We keep our people safe. Our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms
and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit from that perspective. It's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to look at it, I don't want to see any of it.
And blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry.
It's all right, that's fine. Okay. It's a wrap. Nailed it.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalising ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organisations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe. Our culture is strong and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code, to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
Evacuation of 2022.
What's the deal with my deal? My deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward. And it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review, it's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure.
Alrighty, everybody. I see there are a few people still filing in. Reminder, please continue down to this side of the room, which has a much better view of everything, as well as the opportunity to sit on some seats rather than standing at the back for the rest of this session. So, now you've all had your lunch. We all know that this is the session that everyone likes to take a nap in. So we had a very tough job to find the right keynote for this session, someone who could keep us awake. Thankfully, Richard is joining us all the way from Canada, and he is a bit of a storyteller, so should help to wake everybody up after the food and the warm sun outside. Richard has worked in the software development industry for a couple of decades, maybe a little bit more, and is also a massive, massive nerd. Richard loves to have a geek out about a lot of different topics. One in particular is space. And so today, Richard is here to talk to us about space. I'm going to hand over. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you, Amy. So excited to be in Perth. So yes, I'm Richard Campbell. I've made a lot of podcasts. Any .NET Rocks listeners in the room? Oh my goodness, wow. Thanks so much for listening. My friend Carl Franklin started .NET Rocks back in 2002 before the word podcast existed. That's why we call it the Internet Audio Talk Show. Once a week, we weren't clever enough to come up with a name like podcast. That's too clever for us. So once a week we talk to a luminary somewhere in the industry. And then I also run as radio because I decided I wasn't making enough podcasts. So back in 2007, when Vista just shipped, I thought it was a good time to make an IT podcast. And so we just published episode 900 on Wednesday. Thanks. And thanks very much. And for a brief interval, when we weren't sure if .NET rocked, we made another show called The Tablet Show. And then we figured out that .NET did rock, and we rolled it back into .NET Rocks. So that's why there's 3 shows up there. In 2011, the last space shuttle landed, and I went on a rant of everything that was wrong with the space shuttle, and my friend Carl said, you should record that. And that was sort of the first space geek out we ever made. And then I made a bunch more, and you may have listened to some of them, but this particular talk comes from, there's 100, catch up. In 2017, I published a show about building bases on the moon. It was based on a European Space Agency paper. They were talking about, hey, technology is advanced now, it might be practical for us to build a small base, the south pole of the moon, much like Antarctica, it would be periodically manned. And isn't that cool? So I recorded this show, put it out there as usual, people liked it, and then I got a call from NASA, which is pretty cool. I mean, actually, I got an email from NASA, and I didn't believe it, so I deleted it. They emailed again. It was nasa.gov. I mean, it looked really real. So I finally get the guy on the phone. His name is Chuck from NASA. And he says, hey, we really like your podcast. I'm like, well, thanks. It's like, yeah, we're kind of interested in building bases on the moon. I know. Would you consider doing a presentation? Now, look, Chuck doesn't know me. He knows I make podcasts. So he's like, yeah, Chuck, I could do a presentation, sure. And he goes, do you like PowerPoint? We like PowerPoint at NASA. I'm like, yeah, Chuck, I know PowerPoint. I'm okay with PowerPoint, that's fine. He goes, well, that's great, we'd cover your expenses, but if you'd like to come and present on building bases on the moon. I'm like, okay, well, to who? Well, to us. You're NASA, right? Yeah. It's your stuff. Yeah. So you want me to present your stuff to you? Yeah, all right. So a few months later, I got to go down to the NASA Ames Research Center, which is just south of San Francisco, and I did a presentation on building bases on the moon to NASA. My mother is proud. I mean, look, it's pretty cool to be a presenter. Like, make no mistakes. Like, it's really fun to do shows like this and to be involved in things and so forth. But when you're driving into a NASA lab and the front gate screen has your name on it, this is a good day. And I could tell lots of stories about just doing this presentation, especially because there was like guys who flew stuff to the moon there, real engineers. And yeah, it was an amazing experience. And so after I had that experience, conferences asked me, hey, well, you did that talk for NASA, would you do it for us? And I'm like, all right. I'm hardly an expert on space, right? Like, there's people who do this stuff for a living. I'm just a storyteller. I'm a pretty experienced storyteller, but still. But this talk has now evolved into just keeping up with what's going on right now. Like, it is a very exciting time to be in space. So I can't go back to the beginning, but let's start in like 2010. Anyone recognize this rocket? It's a funny looking one, because if you've been paying attention to space, rockets don't look like this. This is the original Falcon 9. It only flew like 3 times before Elon kept making changes to it. And look, I'm not a big Elon fan. He's got a little weird lately. I don't know if you've noticed. I kind of like the guy who flew his sports car to space. That seemed like a fun guy. But the whole, buying social media things and getting right-wing conspiracy, not much fun. Here's what's important about this mission, this very first Falcon 9 mission. It was a commercial mission. It was a test resupply mission to the space station. So NASA's gotten to a place now where they're trying to do fixed cost projects. So they're basically saying, we will pay this much per ton to the space station. How you get there? Up to you. I'd suggest a rocket. And so the point being that they have a high incentive now to reduce the cost over time so they make more money, right? This is the same thing that happened with aeronautics. The original aircraft, largely built for military, were not particularly efficient or effective, but eventually the US government set up an airmail service. And they said, we will pay for mail delivered at a certain rate. It was about 2 days at a certain price. Figure out how to do it, suggest an airplane. And that began a commercialization of it. So this, going back now 13 years, is efforts to start to commercialize space. Now the Falcon 9's evolved. This rocket seems small because it is. If we line up the original Falcon 1 beside the later stage models, you can see it got a lot bigger. And those were all optimizations to increase its capability, including the ability to land the first stage, which is insane. In fact, if you want to look at some really cool software, you go watch some of the videos they've made about the software involved in landing a rocket on its tail on a barge in the ocean. But they've done it more than 200 times now. SpaceX just did their 70th flight this year. 10 years ago, there wasn't 70 flights in the year for anybody. They now lifted more stuff into space this year than the rest of the world combined. Now, they're only about 20 tons per flight on a Block 5, but it adds up. Now, it's helping that they're flying all the Starlink satellites because it lets them press against the edges of what the rocket's capable of. But it's in a very evolved rocket now, and it's not the only thing it's doing. They're not just bringing payloads up for cargo, they're also bringing passengers. So in 2011, when Atlantis landed for the last time, which is how I got into doing these Geek Outs in the first place, America gave up its ability to fly people into space. They had to pay heavily for seats on Russian Soyuz. This vehicle, the Crew Dragon, restored their ability to fly people into space very inexpensively, by the way. A 4-seat Crew Dragon flight's about $100 million, so save up. And you can buy them if you want. There's a few billionaires going around doing that right now. The Americans are, because they're trying to do the commercial thing, they don't want to be dependent on just one company. So they do have another vehicle in development. It's supposed to already be flying. It's called Starliner, and it's built by Lockheed Martin, and it has failed a lot. The original test flight was supposed to be 7 years ago. They actually did their first test flight 2 years ago. It didn't make it to the station. It did make it into orbit, but a lot of software problems actually crippled it. They brought it back down, decided they had to do that over again. And it's not like software. You don't just get to reboot it and try again. They had to build another one. And then it got to the pad that had even more problems. And now they're talking about possibly the first functional operational flight in 2025. So SpaceX has gotten pretty good at rapidly iterating on spacecraft, but lots of other people haven't. This particular craft is supposed to fly on an Atlas V. Now, Atlas V is developed by United Launch Alliance. It's another American company based combination of Boeing and Lockheed Martin. They were the ones who maintained the space shuttle. This particular rocket was developed in the 1990s. It first flew in 2002. And at this point, it's flown 100 times and it's being retired. And I would point out that you saw the first Falcon 9 flying in 2010, and 13 years later, they've flown it 240 times. So they're moving much, much faster than the rest. And this rocket's going to be retired for an updated version of it called Vulcan. Now that's a diagram for a reason. We've never seen a complete version of this rocket. It hasn't actually flown yet, but they do have a prototype running, and this is the first version of it. That's the first stage of a Vulcan. It's on the test stand. It should fly by the end of this year. They've delayed it several times. And their very first flight, they're going to fly stuff to the moon. The folks at Astrobiotix have this little lander they call Peregrine. And yeah, it's got a DHL logo on it. So that's, if you're wondering where your package is. And these little landers don't last long. The Indian government recently put one down on the moon successfully. Congratulations to them, 4th country ever to do it. Sorry about your slide into fascism, but you know, do what you can do. And they don't last long. As soon as it's night on the moon, it's about negative 280, and that's a little hard on the hardware. Unless you've got some good heaters, you don't last. A key to that particular rocket, the Vulcan rocket, is actually built by Jeff Bezos' company, Blue Origin. And this is the engine they call BE4. It's very similar to the Raptor engine that SpaceX made, and it runs on liquid methane and liquid oxygen. The other rockets I was just talking about, the Atlas V and Falcon 9, they both run on a combination of high-test kerosene, called RP1, and liquid oxygen. The liquid methane has become a very hip fuel because it can actually pack a lot of punch, but it also behaves a lot like liquid oxygen, so in some ways it's easier to handle. When you put essentially a version of gasoline into a rocket engine, it's not bad for the initial launch, but it has problems when it gets into space, and as they want to use these over and over again and for longer times, it's better to switch the fuels up. But it's hard to use methane too. We're still learning a lot about it. We've been making RP1 engines for several decades. A lot of these engines have exploded, including the second flight set. So the very first flight set they've now put on Vulcan, and it's supposed to fly any day now. They're now building the second flight set for the second Vulcan flight, and one of the engines during test, which is just supposed to be a checklist item, throttle it up, throttle down, thanks for playing, now blew to pieces. Problem. Good thing is it happened on the ground. This engine's also supposed to go into Blue Origin's new rocket, a rocket called New Glenn. And again, I have an artwork there for a reason. Nobody's seen one. Apparently there's some bits being built in some warehouses, and occasionally we get a picture once in a while, but unlike Elon's approach to making rockets, where we get to see everything, these guys are being really secretive. But apparently they've won a contract to fly a payload in 2025, and we've yet to see one. I'm hoping for you, like I'd like to see another rocket fly, but it seems unlikely. That's not the only big rocket out there. You may have seen this one. This is SLS, the Space Launch System. This is a very odd rocket. This is the one that they're flying to the moon. They've flown it exactly once. And it did lift a Orion capsule, which is supposed to be a manned capsule, although there's not been anybody in one yet, to the moon. They did some interesting orbits around the moon, and then they brought it back again. It looks a lot like Space Shuttle. It has that big orange tank. And the reason is that it's based on Space Shuttle components. Now, this has been a proposal since Shuttle was shut down, even before Shuttle was shut down. The idea being, hey, a space shuttle weighs about 100 tons. What if we used all the stuff that flies the space shuttle without flying a space shuttle? Maybe we could lift 100 tons into orbit, which is kind of what you need if you want to fly stuff to the moon. But the real problem here is that that big orange tank is mostly filled with liquid hydrogen. The space shuttle, to make it reusable, used liquid hydrogen as a fuel because it burns very cleanly and is very efficient. And so they were planning on using the motors over and over again, these engines they call the RS-25s. And they were very reusable. It's just that liquid hydrogen is a very low-density fuel. So when you're building your tank set for your rocket, you have an oxygen tank, what they call an oxidizer tank, and you have a fuel tank. Now, if you're using RP1, your RP1 tank is going to be about half the size of your liquid oxygen tank because RP1 is a very dense fuel. Now, if you're looking at using liquid methane, like they're doing for the New Glenn and also for Starship, which we'll talk about in a minute, and for Vulcan, it's about the same size. It's 1-to-1, almost exactly. But if you're using liquid hydrogen, the hydrogen tank is 4 times the size of the liquid oxygen tank. That's why that tank is so massive. They're using liquid hydrogen on their initial launch stage. It's pretty inefficient. So why are they doing it? Well, have you ever taken a look at American politics? So here's the thing about Space Shuttle and why it persisted as long as it did, is that United Launch Alliance managed to get some component of Space Shuttle built in every state in the United States. All 50 states contributed to Space Shuttle. It's a defensive tactic so that you can't cancel Space Shuttle because you'll be losing jobs in each state, so all the politicians keep voting for it. And then it started killing astronauts, and that became a problem. So they did end the shuttle program. They said, we're going to keep everybody employed because you're going to build a new rocket using space shuttle components. But they only funded it just enough to keep everybody employed, which is why it's taken so long to build this particular rocket. And the Governmental Accountability Office, the GAO in the US, just recently published a report where they said, this is a ridiculously expensive rocket. You can buy a Falcon 9 Crew Dragon for you and 3 of your friends for about $100 million. One flight of this rocket is $4 billion. That's an expensive rocket, even for Americans. And this is the small version of this rocket. They're going to make new models. They want to expand the upper stage to increase payload and more functionality around the moon. So those are not going to get cheaper. But they're still working on it. The question is, are they going to continue? Because there is a possible replacement. And if you've been paying attention to space, you know about it. It's Starship and their heavy booster. So this is Elon's dream of a fully reusable rocket. And you'll notice it's very shiny. And that's because it's made of stainless steel, which is very Flash Gordon, but it's also an appreciation that stainless steel responds well to very cold temperatures, to cryogenic temperatures. And this is a methane and liquid oxygen rocket as well, with 33 engines on the bottom. And this is actually a photograph of Booster 8 just before they did their very first test flight, which they did on April 20th. Because apparently Elon is that kind of child that he would fly a rocket on 4/20. And if you watched it, it flew for about 3.5 minutes. Now again, it's a test vehicle. This is okay. This is the way Elon does things. Fly off, and in fact, he had several other rockets ready to go, except 3 of the engines didn't light on the initial takeoff. They shouldn't have launched at that point. What it did was it slowed the liftoff down so much, they spent a long time lifting from the pad. And more engines failed as it flew. At one point, about 9 or 10 of them are out. And what was happening was actually the hydraulic control systems had caught fire, and they couldn't actually control the nozzles on the engines anymore. And so it started to tumble out of control. They detonated the self-destruct system, and because it's made of stainless steel, it did not self-destruct. Well, it did eventually, but it took over a minute. So for a while there, we saw where the explosions had blown holes in the side of the tanks, and they were leaking, but the thing held together and did like 3 full rotations, and then went its separate ways with vigor. And that was the end of the first Starship launch. And that's fine. They have another booster. They have another rocket. This is going to be great. What they didn't have was a pad anymore. That very slow climb out doubled the amount of time that those engines were blasting full bore. They blew through the concrete, and they blew concrete dust for kilometers in all directions. They also set fire to the landscape and burned at several hundred acres in the process. So the FAA has opinions about this, apparently. But more saliently, this was the only pad, and you can't reboot a pad. So they had to rebuild it, and they have, in record time, in just a few months. This is a test run of Booster 9 against the new pad with a water deluge system. So now there's a giant sprinkler head built into the bottom of that pad that blasts water up the same time that the engines blast down, and so hopefully the pad won't vaporize. The FAA, which is the authority in the US for whether or not you're allowed to fly a rocket, has now signed off on the corrections that SpaceX has made. But Fish and Wildlife has some things to say about setting fire to the countryside and firing concrete boulders into the ocean and all over the park. And so they've said between 30 and 135 days review. Elon is upset. Nobody seems to care. He'd like to fly by the end of October. I hope he does, because this is an extraordinary rocket. It's way bigger than you realize. It's 9 meters in diameter, all the way up. The concept being that that first stage will burn for about 2.5 to 3 minutes, separate from the upper stage, and then turn around and fly back and land, ready to be refueled and reused, which sounds insane, except for that part where you know he's already done it 200 times. The upper stage then continues on into orbit with its 9-meter wide payload fairing, the largest thing that's ever flown into space. The James Webb Space Telescope, which is a phenomenal story all about itself, we could do an hour on that alone, had to be folded up to fit inside the 5.5-meter payload fairing of the Ariane 5. Unfolded, it's almost 7 meters across, which means it would fit unfolded inside of a starship. But I'm wrong, 2 would fit. It's really big. And it's supposed to be 100% reusable. That upper stage now will do its work in space and then deorbit and land on its tail. Refuel it, restack it, fly again, if it works. So here's the only numbers in this whole story. This is the breakdown of the cost per kilo to low Earth orbit. So I showed you the Atlas V, which is a rocket from the late 90s, been flown 100 times. In the 90s, it was almost $20,000 a kilo to low Earth orbit, but then SpaceX came along and lowered the prices, and now it's about $8,000, which is not bad. Falcon 9, the current cheapest flight into space, generally speaking, at around $3,000 to $3,500 US per kilo. So get on the scale. Losing weight's never had a higher incentive. The Falcon Heavy actually is a lower price per pound or price per kilo, but it's got some other complications, so we only do certain things with it. The SLS now holding the record for the most expensive system going. There is one that was more expensive, Shuttle. Shuttle all up, when they wound down the program with the 135 flights that they did, came in at about $65,000 US per kilo. Vulcan, the lower 3 here are all fiction, because none of them have flown. Well, not usefully anyway. Vulcan, they say they'll be about 9,000. I'll believe that when I see it. New Glenn, really fiction. I don't know. We'll see. And then the question mark, what will Super Heavy cost per kilo if you got the whole vehicle back, right? Like an aircraft. Like, this is Elon's old line. If I flew a 747 to Australia and then threw it away, how much would an airline ticket be? If we can fully reuse the rocket, some folks are saying as low as $7 a kilo. Maybe $1,000 a kilo is even reasonable. But, you know, somewhere in that number, now you're talking about regular people doing a trip of a lifetime kind of thing. Like, you're getting into new levels of thinking, but also what you can move into space in that kind of scope. That's the state of rocketry as it stands right now. Let's talk a bit about the moon. This is my favorite picture of the moon. Why? Well, there's always a question you should ask whenever you see a picture of space. With the technology we have today, people can make a lot of stuff up. So the question you should ask is, who took this picture? Because that's a tricky spot. That is the far side of the moon. Notice it's not the dark side of the moon. There is no dark side. It's just the far side of the moon. The moon is tidally locked to the Earth, so the same face of the moon always shows to us down here. And this is the other side. Who took this picture? There's a satellite called Discover. It's actually a solar observation satellite. It observes the moon, so it sits in a Lagrange point, L1, between the sun and the Earth. This is a gravitational balance point, and it's about 1.5 million kilometers away from the Earth. But at that point, the tug of the Earth and the tug of the sun are about the same, so it'll just sit there. And so it always has a full view of the sun, and if you look directly behind it, it always has a full view of the Earth. And some clever person was smart enough to put a telescope, and it is a telescope that's 1.5 million kilometers away, looking back at the Earth, because it always has a full frame picture of the Earth, and it routinely takes photographs of the Earth, and you can download them if you'd like. And every so often, the moon whizzes through the frame, and I mean whizzes through the frame, because things are moving, right? We don't understand how quickly everything in our solar system actually moves around. And one of the proofs that this is a real photograph is the errors on it. So the camera on Discover is not a color camera. What it actually has is a single black and white camera, and it has different filters. And so to take a full color picture, they actually have to take 4 photographs. And the 4th photograph is green. And so if you look really close, you might see on the edge of the moon there's a green haze. That's because the moon moved before they took that 4th photo. And they could actually see the little bleed. So it's not, perfect resolution, but it's a cool picture. Why are we talking about the moon? Well, everybody's talking about the moon right now. Now, the Americans have already been to the moon. That was the Apollo missions. This is back when they were convinced that they were better than the Soviet Union. They showed it off by building big rockets. And 12 men walked on the moon. 11 of them were test pilots. One of them was a geologist, the guy in the bottom right-hand corner, Jack Schmitt, the only scientist to walk on the moon. What's the difference between a scientist and a test pilot? When you ask any of the other 11, what were you thinking about while you were on the moon, they all say the same thing. God, I hope I don't screw up. Because they're test pilots, and test pilots follow the script exactly. They're trying not to screw things up. Jack is a scientist, and he was looking at rocks that nobody else had ever looked at before. He didn't care if he screwed anything up. In fact, Jack was so keen to look at rocks, he fell down a lot. That's Jack on the moon. You'll notice he's a bit dirty. He liked looking at rocks. He's a geologist. And so he got a little too close to his rocks sometime. See his helmet? On the side of the helmet there's these little squares. See that? So on your left arm in the Apollo walking suit, there's a checklist of all the steps you're supposed to do on each day. And Jack really liked looking at rocks. And so he kept lifting his gold visor up to get a better look at the rocks, because the gold visor was changing the color of the rocks. Now that gold visor is there for a reason. Sunlight coming down on him has no filter. It'll take your eyes out instantly if you look at it. But Jack really wanted to look at the rocks. And so he kept lifting up his visor. In fact, the only picture we have of Apollo astronauts on the moon where you can see a face is Jack. Because he's lifting up his visor because he wants to look at the rocks. And so he started stuffing bits of paper on the side of his helmet so he could lift his visor without going blind. Humans are designed to explore. Humans are designed to analyze an environment. We're incredibly good at it. And when you give someone trained in how rocks work a chance to look at rocks nobody else looks at, he will jeopardize his life to do it. And he did. He also found some of the most important rocks, because science isn't done by eureka, I found it. Science is done by, what the hell is that? Jack knew what rocks should look like, so he found the rocks that shouldn't be there. He found an unshocked piece of olivine on the moon. Now, if you're into rocks, you're like, whoa. Olivine is only formed in volcanic compression, so that olivine was made inside the moon. Now, there's another way to make olivine. It's by hitting something very hard, like an asteroid plowing into the moon. So there's lots of shocked olivine on the moon. But Jack found the unshocked olivine that proved that not only was there volcanic activity on the moon, but that it actually erupted, and that those eruptions sprayed that rock onto the surface, and he found one. Geologist doing his thing. So, what was the problem with the Apollo missions? It was this thing, the Lunar Excursion Module. It is much too small, it is much too fragile, and it will kill people. And it very nearly did several times. The Americans took a huge chance continuing the Apollo missions. They were just much too dangerous. And so they had to stop. They cut back the missions. They'd done their job. The real goal here was to prove they were better at the Soviet Union. They pulled it off. I mean, you can talk about the ramifications of that. But we're going back. This is the Artemis missions, which, by the way, Australia has signed on to. And we have our first Artemis mission now. Artemis 1 flew already. That was that very first SLS flight. And we are getting close to flying our second Artemis mission, Artemis 2. And there's going to be a Canadian on board, so we're all pretty proud. They are not going to land on the moon. They're just going to go into orbit, and then they're going to come back. They're on a free return trajectory. It's a test flight for the life support system. It's a huge step forward. Artemis 3 is when we're actually supposed to land on the moon. Now, this is still playing with the near rectilinear orbit. They want to put a space station around the moon, which is also very cool. There's been delays on that, and it's not actually essential. But the real challenging thing they've done is they've chosen for their lunar lander, which is the hard part here, SpaceX's Starship. Now, it's a modified version. It has boosters around the upper part of it to help with the landing. Because if you use the main engines, you'd be blowing big holes in the moon, just like you did to your pad. But it's also 60 meters tall. There's a little people down there. Like, watch that first step. I know the moon's got less gravity, but it'll still kill you if you give it time. So they're going to need an elevator. It's an interesting design to make all of this work. But that is the current pacing item, is to get that lunar lander done. So if you're thinking Starship is just one of Elon's interesting experiments, it's also a key part of the equation. In order to make that lunar lander work, they're going to need a bunch of starships because they need to refuel it. We have never refueled a vehicle in space, ever. We don't know how. We're going to have to learn how, which is why it's kind of the pacing item. There's another proposed lunar lander. This is the one going to be done by Blue Origin. It's now gotten some funding. Notice it's much shorter. The people are at the bottom. Good feature. Fuel tanks at the top, but it's liquid hydrogen, and it's very difficult to store liquid hydrogen, so they're going to have some challenges too. But we were talking about refueling, because that one's going to need to be refueled as well. I don't know, there's something cute about this. Two of them flying real close together. See, the problem is the fuel moves around when you're not actually accelerating. Like, here's an example. This is the inside of a SpaceX fuel tank. You can tell the moment that the thrust stops. All the fuel's at the bottom, thrust just stopped. And the fuel goes for a walk. So you need to keep the fuel down at the bottom of the tank if you actually want to be able to pump it out. So you have to be accelerating the entire time. There's a bunch of ways to do that. On many engines, actually, they have a thing called an ullage thruster, where they'll just give a little bit of push to move the fuel down before they light the thing off. We're not sure if it's going to be going end to end like that, but that is definitely part of the equation. And I'm just going to wrap up now. We're at the limited time. The place they want to put that base is on the moon, on the South Pole. This is the Shackleton crater, right on the South Pole of the moon. Ask the question, who took this picture? This is the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which, by the way, was built and flown by those guys at Ames. I met this guy. They composited this over a period of months by flying directly over the Shackleton crater with the satellite and taking a photograph and then put it together. What's important about the Shackleton crater, because it's directly over the South Pole, there are parts of the rim of the crater that are always in sunlight. And the interior of the crater never gets lit, and it is filled with water ice. And that changes everything. Now we have a resource on the moon that we could actually use. And that brings us to the landers. Now you may have seen recently India put their lander down on the South Pole. First time that anyone's ever landed on the South Pole. And the Australian mission is also a South Pole mission. It is a lander in 2026, specifically to go get the ice. So there's a sensor on it, a neutron reflector that's going to, as they run over the surface, they're going to look for the reflections, show water ice. It's got a small drill to drill in to see if they can actually grind up the ice. I don't know if it's going to be a solid or if it's going to be crystals, and then pull it inside the vehicle, heat it up, and see if they can separate off water. And by the way, you have until October 20th to enter the contest to name this thing. Right? I don't know, Rover McRoverface, come up with something. That's all the time I've got. I hope this was fun for you. I just want you to be really excited what's going on right now. We're all involved in this, and space is going to be a real thing more than ever before, and Australia is going to be part of it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you once again, Richard, for joining us and for talking space for a little bit. We will now be heading into our next lot of sessions. Quick reminder, this is not a break, this is a changeover, so find the room the next session you want to see is in, and please head directly there. Richard will be hanging around for the rest of the event as well if you want to nerd out about space or anything else with him later.
Lower carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe. Our culture is strong.
It's a wrap. Nailed it.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Hey, yeah.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities.
It doesn't really matter. Oh, here we go. We have audio. Hello. Actually, I'm not speaking first, sorry.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, everyone. We've got Lars Clint, who's our next speaker, but the way you pronounce his name is Bob.
There's a story.
So his title of the talk is Turning Dreaming into Doing, a life manual for nerds. He's a principal wizard at Arcana, Lego addict, car collector, and YouTube creator. So welcome, Lars.
Thank you. Woo. All right. The whole Bob thing was that they put on the form, how do you pronounce your name? And I'm 6, I can't help myself, right? So this is going in and out, by the way. I can hear myself? No, I can't. Oh, no, it's working. Okay. Welcome. Thank you. How good was that talk? Like, I could have just sat there for another half hour. Like, we should skip this one. Don't worry about it. But here we are. So I put this clickbait title together because I wanted you to vote for it. And it worked. Hey, so here we are. It's just a 45-minute slideshow about Lego. Not really. Okay. See, I can see that? I can. Okay. First, I'm going to start with a disclaimer. There we go. As it says, I don't have all the answers because I'm going to give you lots of opinions, They may not be the right answers for you, but I have lots of them. This is my subjective opinion, very much. Right? This is purely based on my experience, and it may relate to you, it may not. So we'll just take it as it comes. I can actually read it up there, it's pretty good. Take what you can use and leave the rest, right? Any advice is always, it comes with a disclaimer of it might not work for you. And that's fine, right? Your journey is definitely different from mine, no question, because we're all different, right? There's always that, I don't know if you've ever seen that really cool cartoon where it says, we're all unique, and someone up the back goes, I'm not. Just let that sink in. Now, please do ask lots of questions, because this is a 12-minute talk if you don't ask questions, or 15. I do waffle on a bit sometimes. And it says don't ask about Lego or cars unless you really want a 4-hour talk. Because you're not an addict if you can stop anytime you want. Okay? Just putting that out there. No, I do have a lot of Lego, but this is not Lego talk at all. So, there we go. I'm going to start with where I am at right now, because it's not like a, hey, look at me, you know, this is all of me. This is more of a, I'm here at my journey, right? And this is, in context, we can talk about where you might be in your journey as the talk progresses. So, currently, I get to live here. Well, not exactly at the tree, but it's on my property, right? And that is a proper photo. There's no Instagram filter on that. Right? That is a photo I took. I live on a farm in rural Victoria, which is pretty cool, and then it's also really not cool at times. We run a B&B, and we have people come up and say, oh, I really want to do this. I'm like, really? You sure? Do you know how to put a new water pump on? Right, there's all these things that comes with it, but I love it. We've been there for about 8 years now, and I have a drone. Why did it stop? Anyway, I get to see my kid. Actually, Christian's here. He's not in the room, but you might see him around. He just wants a speaker or something, so he's blasting the speaker room with music. He gets to grow up in this place. And while he might not recognize it right now, this was a very conscious decision that we did as parents to say, no, we want him to grow up in a place that is more different or is outside, etc., right? So again, it's maybe not your choice, but it's mine. I get to work in a really cool place, and there's lots of my colleagues are here all over. I can't see. They're good. Oh, they're sitting together even. Oh, isn't that nice? I've only been there 2 months, so they still haven't got completely sick of me, but it's coming. I chose that. I was fortunate enough to get let go a couple of months ago to actually get kicked out of my previous job. And it was like a blessing in disguise, right? All these doors suddenly opened. And with that, this is sort of a part 2 of Heather's talk from this morning, because everything she said, I kind of have building on top of, really. So bear that in mind. Where are we at? I'm writing a book. I should say, sorry. I am still writing a book. It is the hardest thing I've ever done. I should have been done about a year ago. I'm still going. But you can win it. We'll get to that. It's in Meet with Manning, and it's about Azure. I'm an Azure MVP. Oh, you know, this is not an Azure talk. So I write about cloud computing. And I have this will feature in the talk. I promise no Lego, but there will be cars. And you might not be a car person, but try and sort of project it onto whatever you think is cool, right? This, to me, is like the ultimate car that I finally got, but I'll talk much more about that later. And we have llamas. You're supposed to all go, aww. See? There you go. It's funny. I put those on so there are neighbors' llamas that we have on our paddocks, which is the best kind, because I don't have to take care of them. I just take pictures of them and put them on the internet. It's fantastic. But llamas are fantastic. Like, they're weird and wonderful. So I always put them in a presentation because I always get that aww reaction, right? So that's me. That's where I'm at. And to kind of get you into the, let's say, the frame of this talk, because I'm not going to do all the talking, I am going to give away my book. Shameless plug. I have 3 copies that Manning has given me that I can give away for free, and this is not a democracy, so I'm going to choose completely who's going to get the books, right? But you can. So please do get involved. Please share your thoughts, your ideas, your stories, whatever, when we get to that as well. And I actually have a discount code as well, but they send it to me as Richard was finishing his talk. So anyway, it's not in there. But I do have books to give away. Okay, enough about that. So I'm going to start with some questions. Who here, and you don't have to, you just think it in your head, or you can put your hand up, I'm not going to call you out, are genuinely happy where you're at, right? So I don't believe George, but that's okay. No, and it's cool if you are. I'm not here to poo-poo anyone, but this is a genuine question of where you at right now. Are you genuinely happy with your journey? Are you genuinely happy with what you're doing and how you're doing it and who you're doing it with? Right? It's a profound question, and it's very vague and very broad on purpose because it means something different to everybody. But that is what we're chasing in this talk, is that pursuit of happiness, to use a bit of a cliche. All right? Have you set goals? And just put a hand up if you have. I mean actual goals. Oh, that's good. That's more than normally when I do this talk. Okay. Does anyone want to share just what the goal is? And this is always when everyone goes, oh, hell no. George?
I want to speak at Black Hat Asia.
You want to speak at Black Hat Asia? Pretty good. When do you want to do that?
I'm going to put in for it next year.
So next year you're speaking at Black Hat Asia?
Sure.
Yeah? See, and this is the thing with goals, right? I'm having a go at George because he can take it. But a goal, often people say, yeah, of course I got goals. Yeah, I'm gonna, I want a bigger house, or I'm gonna go and visit, my family in some overseas place, right? Whatever it is. But until you set a date on it, until you make it real, it's not a goal. It's just a thought or a dream, right? And we'll get to a bit more about goals because I think they're super important. However you define these goals, right? And finally, who here knows that there's something better somewhere else than what you're doing right now? Is the grass greener somewhere? No? So you're all perfectly content. Oh, good. Okay, well, that was it. Thank you for coming. Do we get a book? I should throw it at you. So, no, and this is such a common thing. We sit there and we grind away and we go, like, so who here write code every day? Good, okay. I was expecting maybe most people. That's okay. Any managers here? Okay, out. No, it's a common thing to sort of go, oh, I'm still doing this damn Ruby, Python, Scala, C# functional thing, whatever you're doing, right? And you go, I wish I could work on this other project that's over here because it's so much more interesting. Or, oh, this company over here, geez, look what they're doing. That is cool. And it's such a common thing, right? And what that does, it just distracts you, right? Because you might not have your goals right. So bear in mind, this whole grass is greener, it's just a human nature. We always want to try and improve it. The problem is we usually don't want to do anything to improve it. Right? There's very little effort involved. But we'll get to that too. Okay, so have you got dreams? Anyone got dreams of what they want to do and want to share it? Now I'm getting into the sharing bit. You're going to have to participate here. That's up the front. So we do have a microphone, but I can also just shout out the question, answer, whatever. It's coming. There's going to be a lot of running because we have online people as well. Hi. That might want to dive in. Yeah, up here. Sorry. Yep. Okay.
I can shout it out.
It's all good.
I have.
Yes.
And still do, and always wanted to be an astronaut.
An astronaut. Okay. Now that's a dream, right? Because is that going to happen?
No.
No. Okay. Right. Do you get the difference with what the dreams are? Dreams are like, Right, they're easy to get on the beach when you're sipping a Mai Tai or whatever. Now, I kept this in. The next thing I said, no bigger ones. I got in trouble so many times because there's always something like astronaut. Like, how do you top that, right? But dreams are important as well because dreams usually indicate some direction of what you would like to do, right? So maybe you're really into space, and maybe it's not astronaut, but maybe you want to build rockets. There is maybe something there that you can pursue. So don't discount your dreams. Just be aware that they continue to be dreams unless you do something about it, right? So actually the best one I had with this was, I said, have you got dreams? And one guy up the back, this was in the Netherlands, I think, said, yeah, I'd like to get married. And then I bring up the no bigger ones. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, how do I? So, but I kept it in there, so we never know. That makes sense. Anyone else want to shout out a dream they have just so we get the idea of it and get you warmed up? Because you're all a bit still lunch addict. I mean, lunch, whatever it's called. You have your lunch nap. No? Oh, geez, I'll get you. Oh, yeah, shout it out. Yes, down the back. I want to go to India. Okay. Now, that could be more than a dream, right? There's too many barriers to go to India. Okay, fair enough. But it's definitely something you can say, oh, what's the first step? And you can get through it. Yeah? What did you want to say? You want to work overseas? Okay. Why is that a dream? Why are you not doing anything about it?
Well, I've just been raising kids, and they're now 18 and 21, so that dream might come true.
So your excuse is gone?
Yeah, that's right.
Right, okay.
It could happen.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Right, cool. So we're getting you warmed up, that's good. Okay, so now let's talk about time, right? Because what's the one thing that people always go, if you go, oh, do you want to work on my side project? Oh, do you want to do the, people always go, oh, no, I'm really busy. Who here use the word busy every day, at least? Yeah. Oh, there we go. The ones that are not putting their hand up, you're lying, right? It's such a common thing to say, oh, I'm so busy. I am practicing removing it from my vocabulary as much as possible. Because we all have the same amount of time. There's no difference. You can't go to eBay, unfortunately, and buy another hour. It would be lovely. In Victoria, though, we do have daylight saving. No? Okay. A good explanation. I put this to my team at Arcana. It's like, the best explanation of daylight saving is you have a towel, you cut the top of the towel off, you sew it to the bottom in the expectation of getting a longer towel. Right? It's just, I don't get it. But in terms of time, so here's one of those questions that I love asking a crowd like this, especially of nerds, because who has a Netflix account? Yes? Okay. Who has a Disney Plus account? Who has, what is that one? Stan. No? I just picked random ones. Who has something on Foxtel? No one does anymore. But these things in my world are just the ultimate excuse for being busy, right? So who wants to, what was the last thing you watched on Netflix? Does anyone shout it out? Archer. Archer, Witcher, are they two different things? Okay. Archer. How many seasons are there of Archer? 14. 14 seasons. Holy, gee, really? Okay. How many episodes in each season? 10 to 12. And how long is an episode? Do you see where I'm getting at? Yeah? 10 to 20, so 40 minutes, is that what you said? 20 minutes, okay. So that's 20 minutes times 14 times 14, or 12 times 14, whatever. It's a lot of minutes, a lot of hours. What happened if you didn't watch that? You watch something else, exactly, right? That is the trap. Because the whole idea of, I don't have enough time, I know I'm so busy, yet you find time to watch 1 million hours worth of Netflix, right? That's never a problem. Or Disney Plus or whatever it might be. So that idea of that, oh, I know I'm busy, I don't have time to do that, is just utter bullshit, right? Because we all have the same amount of time, it's what you choose to do with it. And then I can see, I'd imagine a few of you go, but there's always one that gets arced up, but I gotta relax. I mean, I gotta switch my brain off. There's always those excuses. And who here says that? Come on, someone. Exactly, right? No, it's my time, I have to relax. The problem with this is that it never ends, right? The Archer, I'd never heard of Archer, but I'm going to keep that example. It's a really good example of something that just never ends, right? It'll continue on, it feels like forever. And because it does that, you're like, oh, I've got to watch the next one. Have you watched more than one episode in a row? So that's a yes, right? Right? Who has watched a whole season of something in a row? Exactly, right? Oh, God. So you might think I'm all holy and everything up here standing going, I don't have any of these by choice. I do have a Prime account because that comes with Amazon when you order anything almost. And I do watch Grand Tour. But they almost don't do anything anymore, so I can still stick to that. I do watch movies. I'm a big movie enthusiast, let's say. I'm a Lego addict, but movie enthusiast. Because they end. You watch a movie and it freaking ends, right? It's an hour and a half, 2 hours, or if you're Lord of the Rings, it's 82 hours, whatever. But they end. And that means that you can set aside that time and go, okay, now I'm going to watch that and I'm going to do something else. But with the damn TV shows, they just never end. Now, who wants to argue the point that you have to have Netflix? Come on. Someone. You again.
Have you got kids?
Have you got kids? Did you say if you've got kids?
Why have you got kids?
I have, yeah, that's what he's here. So I don't understand the argument though.
Well, kids.
Kids what?
If I tried to get rid of Netflix, which I have tried, I get hunted down by my children. And they attempt to kill me. Like it's
It'll be worth it. See, I still call bullshit on that. Like it's not. That's just you making up an excuse so you can continue to have Netflix. I don't believe it. Right? There's so many things. So as me personally, I use Lego as an example. Right? Now my son watches YouTube. Of course he does. Right? He's 9. But we have so many other things that are there. Now we live on a farm, so it's like go dig a hole outside. Right? So he'll go from Minecraft on the Nintendo Switch to Minecraft outside and digging holes. He actually does. But yeah, the whole, like just consider if you got rid of these streaming services, I don't even know how many there are. How many are there now? 30? Something? It's like cable TV in the 90s, isn't it? Which package do you want? No, I'm going to have all of them. But no, seriously, try and get rid of it. That will get you so much time back. Now the downside, and I'm guilty of this, is that I don't have the pop culture references. Right? I was talking to my boss the other night, and he was saying, the car from, and I can't remember the TV show, of course, but it was like a 67 Impala. And he was like, that's the car from that TV show. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Right? So that's downside, but that's a choice, because I want to do other things. All right, enough shouting at you about Netflix. Okay, so because I don't have these things such as time-wasting streaming services, I'm going to harp on that until someone comes up with a good argument. See, it's up to you. There's a thing that I very hard. It's a big part of everything I do, and it is to be intentional. Right? And there's a lot of word and a lot of weight in that word, because as soon as you do something with intent, there's a reason for it, right? Watching the next, I'm going to pick on you all day, I'm sorry. Watching the next episode of Archer is not intentional, it's just like, it's there, right? It makes it so much clearer what you are trying to do in your life if you do things with intent. So, does that make sense, or am I just completely talking on my ass now? Because I don't know if you're falling asleep or you're paying attention. But doing things with intent is the number one reason that you get shit done, in my opinion. Because, what's a good example? I'm going to look at my notes. Sorry. Yes. Be accountable, right? So when you take ownership of something and you do it with intention, that means that other people see that you have intent behind it, and they're much more likely to follow you and support you in what you're doing. I can't stress this enough. If you just do stuff because it's the next thing and you thought that would be cool, you're just going to be all over the place. And it comes back to the goals as well. But if you do a thing with intent and you do it because it is the one thing you really want to do, and for better or worse, look at Space Karen that Richard alluded to, right? He does things with intent. Like he pisses off everybody else, but he does it with intent, right? And it's such an important part of what you need to do. Does anyone want to, again, shout out? You can win books. No, maybe not. The intention to these things, to your life choices, is what makes a difference. I've certainly found that. And I'll get into a lot more about this when I start talking about my own journey. Just make sure I don't run out of time. Okay, so who have goals? Sorry. Who have goals? Okay, shout it out. Down the back. Hi, Heather. No. Down the back. Oh, did you want to share? No? Okay. Anyone else? Come on, I'm not going to leave until someone does. Okay, up the front. Now you have to run.
So the goal at my work at the moment is to encourage our team to get on board with the CI/CD approach to having tests around software. Our team is a bit shiny thing driven. And
who isn't?
It's just that when one person works on one shiny thing and then steps on the shiny thing that I built last week,
Yes.
They don't know that they broke it.
And your shiny thing is more important.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is you're trying to get, not trying, again, don't use the word try. I do it all the time. It's terrible. Your goal. So is it your goal or is it a team goal?
Well, if it fails, it comes to me to fix it.
Okay.
So if I want to work on shiny things and not hatching old shiny things.
So you're just being selfish. This is good.
Yeah, it's all about
by the
me.
way, because it has to be about you, right? Goals have to be your goals, and I'll get more as well why that's important. But your goals are your goals, and you have to look after yourself first before you can look after someone else. Whether that's a team, or it's your children, or it's your neighbors, or whatever it might be, right? So yeah, that's not bad. But is it a goal? Like, when are you going to do this?
It's happening all the time.
It's happening all the time.
So it's hard to put a final on it.
Okay, but you have to, because otherwise it's not a goal.
I think because the feature set is infinite, because there's more shiny things being invented all the time, each time we have a bit more coverage.
Yeah, they do that.
Each time we have a bit more coverage, and we put some sanity tests around of a UI feature, then that's a goal achieved.
Who here thinks that's a goal? No, people are afraid to put their hand up. All right, there's one person. And who thinks it's not a goal? It's got to be the rest of you. I mean, there's sort of a yes/no answer. Because it's so vague. I understand what you're saying, and I get where you're coming from, but it makes it really difficult to achieve, because you don't know where you're done. You just say, well, there keeps being more shiny things. All right. I'm sorry?
There's no time frame.
There's no time frame for one, but there's also... There's no actual outcome.
There's a measure of success of coverage, if we could get some idea about.
Yeah. Again, but it definitely, to me, it sounds very airy-fairy and out there, right? I completely get what you're saying, and I'm not discounting that it will happen. I'm just saying I don't think it's a goal, because in order to have goals, you need them to be finite. Because how the hell else do you know you've achieved your goal? So in my case. And I write them down, because otherwise I can't remember them all, because you want to look after your goals. Actually, I'll get to that in just a minute. I'll get to a goal I have completed, and I did tell you I was going to get back to the car, right? So this car, so my other half, Fiona, she is a vehicle research analyst. It's exciting, isn't it? Right? We like analysts. But she's definitely not into tech. Oops, excuse me. But she really likes cars. So we wanted a car that was very fast, that could take all the family in comfort around Australia. It's going touring, essentially. We wanted it to be a little bit different, because I'm a bit weird and quirky. I don't do standard and normal. And we wanted it, well, I wanted it to be quite loud. Can you guess which kind of car I don't have? EV. Not yet, anyway. So, but this, I mean, the new price for this is $250,000, right? I don't have $250,000, right? So, not anymore. Not anymore, he says. You get a book just for that. That was a great comment. I appreciate good heckling, by the way. But no, and so there's no way in hell we're going to buy it from new. This is not going to happen. Okay. Actually, in fact, what we started with was an Audi of the same size, because we thought that would be more fun. It was a V12, blah, 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 car details for car nerds. But for other reasons, we didn't go down that path. We ended up with this, which is an AMG Mercedes GL63. And it has full strip club interior as well. It's all red plaided and white seats, and it's fantastic. But no, we wanted that, so we found a way. We set a goal. It took 18 months to find the right car, to figure out how to finance it, actually, I didn't want a white car. We ended up with a white car. So goals change, right? And that's fine. It doesn't matter. So that was one goal that I achieved, because it was finite. That was a car we had. I think we said 12 months first, and then it became 18 months for various reasons, pandemic. So we ended up buying this through very weird channels, because we had to make it work. But we got it, still have it. Another part of me, a goal that I have, so I run a YouTube channel on networking stuff and home automation and sometimes Lego. And I love doing it. I love the creation process. I love videoing things. I love being in charge of the video process, which I wasn't in my old job. It was all very specific what you had to do. So I set it up and I started just talking about things I have no idea about, basically. I'm like, here's a box. Let's figure out what's in it and how we set it up. And that's been sort of the theme of the channel. But I had very specific goals for it. And one of them was to get 10,000 subscribers by the end of this year, because that felt pretty damn ambitious to me. And guess what? It happened about 2 weeks ago. And that was cool, right? That is, thank you. And that's my talk, please subscribe. But it's such an important part of my journey with the YouTube channel. And again, I set very specific goals, and now what he gets, the new goal is 100,000, right? Because I'm like, I don't even know how the hell am I going to do 100,000, right? But I said, no, by the end of 2025, so we'll be 100,000 subscribers. And I don't know, I have no idea how to get there. Part of this was me, I actually promoted some of my videos on YouTube for like $200, and amazing what that did for the first 3 videos, and then the last one, no one cared, so it doesn't always work. But I got there, hooray. So, what about you? Now, I've spoken a lot about goals. Does anyone want to just give another one that might be an actual goal? Surely someone. Oh, now we get in the hands, yay! We'll go, yeah, okay, people, microphone, you choose. Yes?
I want to be able to do a backflip.
Backflip. Nice. That's a good one. That's a good goal. Okay, so what are you doing to achieve that?
I go to gymnastics 3 times a week.
Gymnastics 3 times. That's ambitious. I like it. Yep. And what do you think? When are you going to achieve that?
I'm probably a couple of weeks away from being able to do it.
Okay, so easy.
But I've been working on it for about a year.
Yeah. Just look at me. I'm like, nah. Cool. Yeah. Excellent. Right. That's really good. I like these. Was there another one somewhere?
I have this friend who likes to take macro photos of insects really up close, like the eyes of flies, etc.
All right.
And I like sewing, so I said to him,
I don't know where this is going.
I would sew him a shirt with insects all over it so he could wear that when he went out to take pictures of his insects.
Oh, I like this.
So I got a pattern from the second-hand shop, and we bought the fabric, and the pattern was missing a few key elements. It took quite a few shortcuts, which I didn't like. And so I'm almost finished the prototype at the moment.
Wow.
And then by the end of next week, I'll get it to the point where he can come and try on the shirt so I can fit the sleeves.
Okay, right, yep. And there's definite timelines. Now, does anyone have some that is, let's say, a tad bit more ambitious? Yeah. Granter, maybe, yeah?
I think a lot of people probably have it, like paying off the house.
Hi! I was like, where's the guy talking?
Hello. Paying off the house.
Yep.
That's a big goal. Probably a lot of people can relate.
Anyone? Yep. Who has a date for when that happens? I missed that. 30 years.
Yeah, so originally we had like an idea of like in under 10 years, maybe 5 to 10 years. But then recently stuff happened, like lost a job, interest rates went up, all this kind of stuff, you know.
Yep. And then what? What did you do about that?
I got a new job, improved my skills, you know.
Okay, and what did you do about the goal?
I had to like let go of it a little bit, but like I still want to get there, but I'm going to have to change the way I'm going to get there.
Okay, so it stopped being a goal.
It's still a goal. I'm just not like the plan that I had to get there is needing to change.
It's a goal in limbo, I think.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, but
it's going to happen sooner or later, but hopefully sooner rather than later.
That's my favorite one. It's going to happen. Yeah, definitely. Right, but who has a mortgage-related goal? Now people are like, I don't want to put my hand up anymore. Come on, we're all friends, except you, George. Okay, who wants to? There was a few hands. Just yell out a date if you have a date. Okay, no one. So I have the same goal, and mine is end of 2026. I want to pay off my mortgage, right? And it's pretty damn ambitious, especially because you're saying interest rates, etc. But I have thoughts about how that might work out. I have first steps of what we need to do, refinancing, etc. But mine isn't really a proper goal either because I don't excuse me, I don't have all of the steps. And again, goals might change, so the steps might change, but I don't have all of them planned out necessarily. But it's a good idea to do it as an exercise of how you thought it might happen. But it will change. Every single goal will change all the time. But if you don't have a goal, there's nothing to change, right? So you got to have that to start with. So I think it's important. Yeah, I do. All right. I'm conscious of time here. Yes. Oh, and I want to finish my damn book by the end of this year as well. So you can read it. Yeah. Anyway, that's an aside. So I put this up here. Who has seen this movie? Okay, most people. Okay. Does anyone have no clue what this movie is about? There's a few. Okay. So this is Matt Damon. He's an astronaut. He gets stranded on Mars. And in his word, he has to science the shit out of it to stay alive and go home. That's the gist of the plot of the movie, right? I put that up there because that has been my approach to goal setting, right? Because if you just look at a goal, and I'll use my farm as an example. When we first realized we wanted to move there, we were like, I can't afford this. I have no idea how we're going to do it. But it's a bit like, with a stretch, like being stranded on Mars, right? Is that you don't actually know the end outcome, but you do know what the next step is. In his case, it was stay alive. It's like what I do, I grow potatoes. But it's, if you approach your goals like that and you eat the elephant one bite at a time, it becomes so much more achievable. And then my secret sauce is that whenever you have a little bit of a win, I'm not talking about, oh, I finished the Netflix series. I'm talking about actually achieving part of your goal. You celebrate it somehow, right? You go out and you buy a nice bottle of champagne, or you fix your bike, or whatever it is that you have been wanting to do for a long time. Make sure that you connect that with something positive in your life. It's really important, because otherwise they just become another, oh yeah, I guess we did that, yeah, let's move on. Right? If you just pause for half an hour and celebrate it and then move on. And that's what he did here, right? When he grew all the potatoes, he was like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm going to have 2 potatoes today because I did whatever it was he did in the movie, right? It's really important. So if you approach it like that, otherwise goals become really, really daunting. Maybe not, I'm going to pick on you, making a sweater, daunting, shirt, I'm sorry, making a shirt, right, because you can sort of see the end goal already. But maybe something like paying off your mortgage, or finishing a book, or putting your stuff on GitHub as open source, whatever it might be, something quite grand. You don't know how you're going to get there, but you know the first step, right? It's really important. Okay. Actually, that was what I was going to talk about farm. I already did. So that was how I got the farm, right? So when we signed the papers, you sign them, the what's it called when you buy a place? Mortgage? No. The contract, right? The contract, you say you've got 10 days cooling off or whatever it is, right? Then we didn't have finance for that place. We signed it unconditional. Now that wasn't like, I'm sure it'll happen. I had like 2 or 3 ways we could get finance probably, but we hadn't secured it. But if we didn't do that, we wouldn't get the place. So it was, in a sense, I was sort of burning the bridges behind me, right? But we had an idea. And if we hadn't done that, if we hadn't taken that risk, then that wouldn't have happened. And now we get to live there. Isn't that lovely? I have a drone, did I tell you that? So it's like a 3-minute video or something, I think, put in there. But it's and I can't, like, I wouldn't do it any other way in hindsight, but at the time, it's pretty damn scary, right? And we ended up with 2 mortgages at one point because we couldn't sell the house we were in. We didn't have actual finance for the new place, but it all worked out. It all worked out because we never stopped solving problems. Constantly, like, okay, what's the next step we can do? Okay, how do we solve this? Okay, who do we ask, right? And the key, actually, we ended up buying this as an investment property because you get a different type of finance for it, even though we're going to live there. Okay, I'm going to go a bit faster here. So there's, of course, none of this is perfect. I don't know if there's many different drawings of, here's your intended project plan, and here's how it actually went, right? You've all seen those. And it's the same in life. Like, so you make lots of mistakes. You just got to own them. It's so easy to try and blame someone else and try and project your insecurity and your mistakes on someone else. Don't. Just don't. Just deal with it and move on. It usually works out pretty well. So I usually use an example from my days at Pluralsight, which is, if you're familiar with Pluralsight, it's a training company. And I did some of these courses called Play by Play, where you're two people talking to each other about a topic, mildly scripted, but generally it's a subject matter expert and there's someone asking questions and being taught to kind of thing, right? And I did one on quantum computing when it came out. So this is 2016, something like that. And I thought I was on top of it. I really thought I got it, right? So I was explaining this all on video, and it was like an hour and a half taping in Sydney, and there was all these lights and there was cameras, and I'm talking to the other guy, explaining it, and I've got all these examples of code because Q# had just come out. And then I go home happy, and then about a month and a half later, I get an email from my editor at Pluralsight going, "We need to talk." I'm like, okay, well, about what? And they had then sent the recording off to Microsoft, as they should, and they had the guy that actually works on quantum computing view it and just went, "What the hell is he on about?" I'd misunderstood it so badly that luckily it was never released because they did a quality check on it. But it was just bonkers, right? And I was so sure I was right. But I just went, "I'm so glad you found it. How do we fix it?" And they're like, "Nah, we won't. We just leave it out." And from then on, I just owned that mistake, and we moved on, and I created another, I don't know, I can't remember, 12 or something of these play-by-plays. But instead, I could have said, "Oh, no, I could have fought it." I could have said, "Oh, no, but here, look at the error." No, just own it and move on. There's no point in trying to argue your way out of it. So that is an important life lesson that I have I haven't always done that, by the way, because I think it's the human nature going, "Oh, no, let's try and get someone else to be wrong." But if you just own it and go, "Oh, shit, yeah, I did screw up. Oh, yeah, okay, that won't happen again." And then don't do it again, okay? So, has anyone ever heard of the birds as a concept? Most people usually don't. But these are the people, usually they're friends and family, usually, unfortunately. But when you come up with your grand idea, go, "Oh, you know what? I'm going to go to Antarctica and I'm going to traverse the pole," or whatever it is your idea is. They sort of go, "Are you sure? That sounds really difficult. Are you sure you can do that?" "Oh, no, that's going to be expensive." And you're like, "What if you," and hang on. And they just keep pecking at you. They keep pecking on your idea. And what happens? You give up. Well, you sort of go, "Yeah, it probably is too hard." Yeah. Or you're Elon and you go, "Ha, screw you," and you continue, right? But most people just go, "Oh," and that's the concept of the birds, and it's so destructive for your dreams and goals and hopes and ideas and dreams and goals. Anyone want to comment on that? Because I'm running out of time.
Find better friends.
Find better friends. I'm so glad you said that. We'll get to that in just a minute. This is usually what I tell people to try and do, the reverse psychology thing. Because if people go, "Oh, yeah, that's really expensive," I go, "Yeah, but," you like that? What if I did have the money, right? What if I could do that bit that you think is hard? And then they find something else, and you just keep putting it back, going, "Okay, but how do we make it happen?" It takes a bit of guts and a bit of confidence to do it. But if you can, usually people just go away, right? Because they realize that it's their insecurity that they're projecting on you. Right? And they don't mean anything by it. It's not like they intend to destroy your dreams and goals. It's just human nature, right? Trying to help you.
How do you not do that to yourself?
How do you not do that to yourself? Yeah, yes.
Because I do that all the time. I go, "This is an amazing idea. Let's do this," but this and that, and
yeah.
Within like 2 seconds,
you're your own birds. Yeah. So how do you not do that to yourself? We'll get to that in just a second, hopefully. Yeah. One way is to get a mentor or two. Who has a mentor? Or who has mentees? Okay, that's about 5 of you. This is, there's a whole other conversation about how do you get a mentor, and I'm happy to take that in the hallway. But this is one of the best ways you can get over what you were just saying. How do I stop doubting myself? You talk to someone that's on your side but impartial, if that makes sense. It's not like they necessarily want you to fail or succeed. They're just there to sort of guide you and support you, right, in whatever it is that you think is great. I'll get 2. Let's talk about friends for a minute. This is one of those tricky ones because a lot of us have friends that we have had since high school, we've had for 10 years, 20 years, whatever. And at this point, we don't actually know why we have them as friends. They're just kind of there, right? And there's this, and it's so true, but it's also a cliche, but it is correct. you surround yourself with people you want to be like, and then you want to achieve things with, or that you look up to, right? And if you have friends that keep dragging you down like the birds, then that's not going to happen. And as hard as it might be, you kind of have to let these friends go, right? And yeah, again, tricky. Okay, quickly. How do you turn ideas into reality? Well, there's usually 3 steps. You plan, right? We talked about this. Set up a plan, an actual plan, write it down. Make sure you can look at it, don't put it in Excel, like I did for many years. You review that plan all the time because they change. And then it's just bloody hard work, right? And this comes back to the Netflix idea. Don't spend all that time on crap if you have goals that you want to achieve, right? Because no one cares if you saw all episodes of whatever show has come out. No one cares, right? Only you care, and it's only because you can't be bothered doing anything else. And I'm not just picking on Netflix, it could be whatever else, right? But things that you really don't need to. I use Lego as a, switch my brain off, as an example. And then go all in. Do the damn thing. That's the hard bit, because it's easy for me to say it. But until you actually do it, it doesn't matter. And you have to do it for you, again. Now, I do a lot of these things, my YouTube channel, I do a lot of it, the joy comes from helping other people. It's just my nature. I love when people ask questions. I love the fact that they get something out of it, and now they can do the thing. It's amazing. And then just change one thing. Whoops. Change one thing, right? Just one thing. Do it today, because that's where you start. And, okay, I was going to say questions. That's what happens when you ask AI to come up with llamas that say, what's on your mind, DDD Perth? Yeah, it doesn't work. But yeah, I have 3 books. George going to get a book. The lady with the insects will get a book. And who else asked a good question? Yes, down the back. See, he just put his hand up. See, none of you did. He did the thing. All right, come see me after. Thank you very much. That's all we have time for.
It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our 3 pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe. Our culture is strong and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data
Probably is going to be pretty full. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, hello. Don't worry, we've got a little while before we start. There's just a mic that's on. No.
What's the deal with my deal? My deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and...
Trundling in.
Alrighty. How's everyone going so far? You having a good day? Yes? That was a bit quiet. Come on, did you having a good day? Woo! All right, now I know, it's getting towards the end of the day. You've had lunch. You're probably feeling a little bit sleepy, but you're in for a treat. So my name's Rob Moore. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of MakerX. This is my very good friend, Jake Ginnivan, who's going to be speaking to you. Fun fact, in the first DDD Perth, which is 2015, we just found out by looking at the website, which was actually at the Burswood-on-Swan, about 500 metres that way. Jake was there helping along with myself and a few other people. So it's quite neat being here now and seeing that it's grown from this tiny, single room, 100-person conference to it's like a 1,400-person conference, half of the stadium that actually wasn't here in 2015. Anyway, the funny thing about Jake's talk from my perspective is that I have a colleague at the moment who will tell anyone that wants to listen that server-side rendering is evil and that spas are where it's at, except that Jake's basically going to be talking about the exact opposite, so I'm really looking forward to this talk. And so yeah, take it away, Jake. Thank you.
Cheers, Rob. Now, I want everyone to take this with a grain of salt. Don't come lynch mobbing me after because you love your spas, but this is the general experience you have. You go to a website. I'm going to go to my conference talk website and click on it on Google, and then I get a white page and sit there. No, something's happened. We're good? Oh, we're there, okay? So I think the Twitter or X app is now up to 7 nested loading spinners or something ridiculous. This is one of the downsides of spas. There's certainly upsides, and we're going to be talking about both. This isn't just going to be a spa bashing session, but it should be a little bit of fun just exploring how we got here, why did we make the choices that we did, and kind of what are the trade-offs we've been making. So we'll be going through a bunch of those things. Keen to hear everyone's thoughts afterwards, what your experiences are. It's an area that I really do care a lot about. So a bit about myself. I also work for Arcana. If you were in this room for the last session with Lars, another principal consultant there. My focus is really around our internal products, bit of technology direction, that sort of stuff. But previous to Arcana, I worked at the West Australian. So me and my team, we built the west.com.au, Perth Now, and 7news.com.au. So that was probably about, 7 years or so that we started that. And the West and those websites are server-side rendered React applications. So 7 years ago, probably quite a modern, risky tech stack to go with. And it was very interesting. At the time, there was no Next.js or any other of these frameworks, so we learnt how to build all of this from the ground up. It was a very interesting time. I've got all my socials up there. I'll put them up there at the end as well, so you can follow along or give me feedback or give me your anecdotes and whatnot. The little character, Arcana commissioned little D&D-based characters from someone who does D&D art in the States, so we all got our own little characters, which is really, really cool. D&D and ice hockey are probably my 2 favorite pastimes, so good fun. I just want to say thank you for all of our sponsors. They, literally DDD couldn't happen without them. It's not a cliche. They make up the fact that this conference, they're expensive to run, and without our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do nearly what we do today and make it a really good day. So just thank you to all of them. Okay, so this is the general journey I wanted to kind of take you on. We started with multi-page applications where you have ASP.NET Core, your traditional PHP style apps that are just request response. We moved to progressively enhancing them with JavaScript and improving those experiences, making them a bit more app-like. We then kind of jumped ship and moved to SPA, where we just said, go away server, I'll just call my APIs. And then there's been a lot of evolution and around what's actually coming next. So I want to take you along the journey, fill in some gaps, hopefully, of what happened and some of the trade-offs or reasons that we jumped forward or made these changes. So we'll start with multi-page applications, traditional web apps. Just before I get started, who here uses kind of a more traditional PHP, Django, one of those? Like, what's the... Cool. Who's building a single-page application? Most of the room. This is going to be good fun. So, for those who are newer to the industry, you might never have done a lot of these older architectures. So I'm going to fill in some gaps for you. So we've got a website here. I go to website.com. The contrast there is not amazing, so sorry about that. So website.com, we do a GET request to the web server, and it returns me a full HTML document of the page. The web was built to share documents. That's kind of its origins. It has something called hypermedia, where I can click a link and it takes me to the next page. That is a full round trip to the server. We throw away the old page and we load the new one. So new request, get a whole new document, and then the old document is replaced. So nothing is transferred between those two pages. Browsers have got much better at this. Previously, it used to click on a link, white screen, then you get the new one. They now kind of keep the old one there while the new one's loading, but that's the experience. Now, once people started playing around with that, JavaScript originally was kind of used just to do little hovers, so change some images on hover, or do a little bit of client-side form validation. There wasn't a lot. That was what JavaScript was built for, just simple interactions, improving the static kind of document-based model. Then started playing around with dynamic HTML, like nav links, where you can click, expand the nav. All this stuff is just, we take it for granted. That is what the web is today, but these were quite big leaps at the time. Drop-downs, and also like dynamically and showing and hiding bits of a form based on previous inputs. That was kind of dynamic HTML. And the main part about this is manipulating the DOM without talking to the server. We then got into Ajax. Don't worry, this is not going to be an entire history lesson. I just want to quickly fill these things in. We would make a call, fetch some data from the server. Yes, it originally was XML. We'd use the DOM APIs or XML APIs to parse that. But we would hit the server, get some XML, use that XML to update our page in place. So there was some pretty, at the time, this was quite amazing. We started building apps on the web. What it looks like, though, is I'm going to separate the client and the server so we can see kind of what's happening where. Same as before, make a request, get a full document, but I also have some JavaScript. The browser will go grab that script tag, and it will have some JavaScript functions. There'll be global functions. Then when a user interacts, clicks a button or whatever, it will call that function, which can then use the XML fetch APIs, and go grab some XML, bring that back, and then your JavaScript can use that and patch the DOM. Now we have a new version of the website. This is kind of slowly making the pages a bit more enhanced. jQuery was big at this time because the browsers were all inconsistent, like the same code would work differently in different browsers. It was a bit of a pain. So those that were in the industry at the time, this will be bringing back bad memories. jQuery was this amazing thing that kind of normalized all of the browser inconsistencies and made it much easier to do this. So that was kind of the age of progressive enhancement where you could turn JavaScript off and the web still worked. That's because plenty of browsers just had terrible JavaScript engines and whatnot. So it was really important to target the lowest common denominator. As front-end devs do, we go grab a bit more JavaScript and just keep going and take things way, way too far. So Gartner have this hype curve, they call it, the Gartner hype curve. And there's normally like a technology trigger. We're going to talk about Ajax, and it was kind of the start, and we just kept putting more and more JavaScript. So a lot of looking at what was possible now that we'd kind of cracked this new technology. And people were starting to ask, could the web actually be an application platform rather than like just a document discovery platform? At the time, really, if you were a business and you had an application that you wanted to give people, it was really a desktop application that they had to download and install, and that had a lot of problems. But browsers were becoming far, far more capable. We had the ability to improve interactions and make these web apps a bit more app-like and improve the user experience. The users didn't need to install anything, which was a massive saving. And you could also update it. So this was kind of a real big innovation. People started going, the web could actually be really good for our internal line of business apps or all these other scenarios. So what that looks like is, it brought a problem because the JavaScript became more and more app-like, had to render more HTML. And what you ended up having was two applications in the one. So application one was quite, what's happening? 2 seconds, there we go. So your application one was normally written in some sort of back-end language like PHP, C#, using frameworks like ASP.NET, MVC or Django or one of these sort of back-end frameworks. It has form validation logic because you have to validate your forms on the server. You can't just trust what the client is sending you. It renders HTML. They all had their own view engines. And then we had another application. This was the JavaScript application. It also had form validation logic because you had to give a really nice user experience. So you'd often have to write that twice. There were code gen approaches where these back-end frameworks would generate JavaScript for you, but in essence, it was there twice. But the real problem with this model is that application 2 is changing the HTML that was rendered by application 1. Now that is a form of coupling of the two bit applications together that's normally quite brittle, and there's not really any other part in software development that has this sort of coupling between two applications and it's considered good practice. So that's kind of the issue that was starting to emerge as we started pushing progressive enhancement more and more. So let's just look at some of the trade-offs, pros and cons of where we're at. So this approach has a really fast page load. You can leverage HTTP caching. The browser and the platform is actually a really capable platform of doing a lot. Heaps of heavy lifting, lots of features, very well thought out. It's a very powerful platform. You can use whatever language and technology you want. It's run on the server. It just needs to produce HTML and JavaScript and CSS. It's stateless. This is one of the best things about this request response style is the browser would issue the request and it would issue a response. All of those requests are stateless. You then can have sessions and put that state, but your server and application doesn't have to worry about mutating state over time, which is a really, really powerful thing. And then we can progressively enhance that with JavaScript. Downsides, 2 apps instead of 1. That's probably the biggest downside. Navigation can be slow. Every time I click a link, if the pages are big, I have to go back to the server, download all of that. It's fine on our really, really quick internet connections, but on slower ones, it can take a while. The other real big problem, which is a massive issue on news websites, and none of you would hit this problem because everyone in this room would use ad blockers, but most ad frameworks are absolutely awful. Analytics and third-party ad tracking. As an example, at the West, we used a modern tech stack, React and server-side rendering and whatnot, doing some profiling, trying to understand what's happening with the ad blocker off, and we had 5 copies of jQuery, all different versions running on our page that we didn't use jQuery at all. All of those were loaded in by various ads and third-party scripts. So if the old multi-page application, all of that third-party code had to be parsed, re-downloaded, often cached, but parsed by the browser again can be really expensive. So there's quite some heavy downsides of these, even though there's a lot of upsides. So some smart people decided, hey, why don't we just get rid of the server? There was no HTML5 push history APIs at the time, so it came up with hash bangs where you would put essentially what the location is into a fragment on the end of the URL, and that allowed us to emulate the browser experience using JavaScript. Early versions of this were just a whole bunch of if-else statements. If the fragment matches this, then render this bit of page. But it essentially were the early incantations of single-page applications. It evolved over time, but that's where we kind of started. This is where we kind of split between having web applications, which are more about functionality, not information. And then you've still got websites. So we started a bit of a parallel stream. This was really good for internal enterprise applications. For instance, your IT department didn't need to push out software. You could just build these web apps. It was really, really quite good. So spas are excellent in this space. What does that look like? With our website, we make HTTP GET. Difference here is I've just got a static file server that serves an index.html. That goes back. All of that file contains is a little bit of metadata, but the main thing is it's got a script tag in it. That is our application, and there is nothing rendered. That's where you get the white page. It goes and fetches that JavaScript file, and then that JavaScript file renders your application into the page. So this is kind of how this works. This is the point you get the spinner, because you now have loaded your JavaScript application, but it has no data. It needs to go get the data. So it makes an API call to the server, grabs the data from your web server, and then it can finally render the page. If you've done any sort of web performance tools or had a look at the network tab in your Chrome browser, or if you're on Mac, I highly suggest Arc. It's awesome. What you'll see is the HTML gets fetched first, then you go get the JavaScript. Each of these things are done one after the other. They can't be run in parallel. Then the JavaScript goes and fetches the data, and finally the user gets to see what they want. Now, for web applications, which are internal for a company, that really doesn't matter, right? You're hitting a login screen. You're used to booting up a desktop application. It could be local to the network. It doesn't really matter. But for web, like let's say it's a Amazon or some other site, that there is blurring the lines of, is it a web application or is it actually a website? Because I'm browsing for different items. I need to get information, and it's well proven that if I can't access that information quickly, then I'm likely to bounce. So these waterfalls for especially e-commerce sites and whatnot are really, really important. Let's have a look at the opposite. We've got the HTML for, in reality, what ends up happening is there's not just one API call. I need to go fetch the data of the currently logged in user. Then it goes and grabs some information around the shell. This is like the Twitter example of, okay, now what sort of page am I on? Now I'll go fetch the data for that page. So there's this big waterfall of all of these nested API calls. And then finally, we can see what is loaded. So this is what causes this spinners and kind of the progressive loading. There's another real big problem with this. JavaScript is terrible for building large applications as a platform. The language wasn't designed to it. If we go back to kind of the origins of JavaScript, it was trying to just create a little bit of interactivity within web pages. That was the initial design, and now we're building full-blown web apps in it. It just wasn't built for that. So what do JavaScript developers do? They create. This kind of was the start of a huge amount of tooling and innovation in the JavaScript space. Well, really excited because we were rebuilding and solving all of these problems. The learning curve, because there were constantly new tools, was really, really big. As an example, here are some of the problems that we had to re-solve. Client-side routing, I talked about the hash bang and being switches to load the routes. This is a complex problem. We want to make sure it's handled well and our applications can handle that kind of complexity. We had routing on the server. Now we needed it on the client. Auth. Session-based auth was really, really simple. Now we've got to deal with JWTs and OAuth flows that have no secrets. Those sort of things make auth really challenging, and that was a whole bunch of auth providers like Auth0 and whatnot were born out of the complexity that came with auth with single-page apps. State management around client-side state management. When React came, there was Flux and all of the Redux libraries and all these ways to manage state, because something that creates complexity is if you have state and it changes over time, that will create complexity in your app. So we needed tools that allowed us to combat that. Code splitting, by its nature, it's a single-page application. It has the entire application's code, all of those multiple pages, in a single app. That just means that we ship a huge amount of JavaScript to the client. So we had to create build tools that allowed us to split that up and chunk up different parts of the code. So code could be dynamically loaded as it's needed by your application. Scroll restoration. Who has clicked back on a single page app and then it chunks in and then jumps down to the bottom? That took me a long time to make sure that wasn't awful at the West, and with varying degrees of success because ad tech. But it's actually a really hard problem that the browser just solves with multi-page applications. Data fetching and caching. What do they say about computer science? The hardest 3 problems or 2 problems are off by 1 errors, cache invalidation, and that's it, isn't it? Navigation progress indication. You get when you click a link, browser shows you you're navigating. Offline access. We had HTTP caching. If you set it up correctly, you could not be on the internet and it would continue being able to serve pages that were in your local cache. There are all of these problems that you had to resolve, which makes it really, really hard. And finally, my favorite, if I'm working in a React app, is form management. I can't tell you how many JavaScript form libraries I've used over the years trying to make it, and recently I've gone back to a framework, which we'll talk about later. It's not a framework talk. And I forgot how simple HTTP forms are. The web had solved these problems that we just reinvented and made them way harder. So there's a lot of problems that we need to resolve. We then kind of got into this where you just couldn't keep up. This one's quite good. There's plenty of them. It was a hard choice. But this is the point that I think where we went wrong. We started making websites single-page applications. We've talked about the difference between web applications and websites. This is the area that I really struggle with because the web is a good platform. It's accessible, has all of these things, and now we're having to resolve these problems, throw away a huge amount of investment in quite a mature and powerful platform. As I said, doesn't really matter for internal apps. If you're hitting a login screen, don't really need any of that stuff, but for websites it kind of does. I also lied earlier when I showed the Google search result. If it was a spa, this is actually what you'd get. There's no content, it's an empty page. Generally, spas are bad for the web as general in terms of a platform. that's where I think we're going wrong. But they are really, really good for some things. So let's have a quick look at kind of the tally sheet of SPAs. Single code base rather than the 2 code bases. Has really fast app-like navigation. I click, immediately goes to the next page. We've got really cool tooling around prefetching, so it will automatically load the data for the next page. The app-like experiences is a huge one. We're now actually using the web platform to build desktop applications. Like VS Code is a web application that a lot of developers use. It's really good. It shows the power of what the web platform can achieve instead of desktop applications. Elements can persist over pages. So if I've got media playing, I can navigate around the site and keep playing a podcast or picture-in-picture video or whatever the scenario is. We are now finally getting some transition APIs built into the platform that allow you to have a multi-page app that keeps elements over page navigations, which is really cool. But you'll never be able to match what a single page application can do in that space. We've got really, really good client-side state management, which gives us like libraries that deal with the caching and validation and a whole bunch of other problems are kind of taken care. So there's some really, really amazing libraries that make all these problems I talked about earlier kind of go away for you. Downside is complexity. You might not realize it, but we talked about state changes over time. They are complicated. They are hard to debug. The number of times that I've accidentally messed up my dependency array in a use effect and my page just continually crashes because I forgot to memorize some function or something. It's really complicated. The amount of base knowledge you need to play in this space is really high. The build tooling is complicated. There's so many things that you have to understand. So much harder than just being able to spin up a web server that can serve some HTML. So that's one of the major trade-offs there. Huge amounts of JavaScript. Slows down the web. Not everyone has iPhone 15s and these amazing processors that can parse 10 meg of JavaScript and not worry about it without melting. But this is generally bad for the web. It's bad for accessibility, and a lot of us, like parts of the world, don't have all of these affordances that we have. So JavaScript, too much of it is a really, really bad thing. And generally, it's less accessible. The platform, the web platform, is a very accessible platform, and we kind of take that away, and we've had to rebuild a lot of those accessibility features. And we've seen the slow initial load. It's also just generally less resilient. We kind of think that all of these HTTP calls are going to succeed. They don't. Like, there is a huge amount of failure in the web. That's why the platform is so good. It has failure built into the web platform. It expects failure and it knows how to recover. Single page applications don't without engineering effort. So we've talked about multi-page applications and single page applications. What's next? What can we do to make this a little bit better? So a couple of options. One of the contenders out there, and I'm going to talk about some specific frameworks, but there are, what I want to kind of explain is the techniques that are coming out, and this is not an exhaustive list. So something that's quite popular is something called Hotwire. The Rails community is using this. There are different options depending on your stack, but I just realized my mouse cursor was in that. Sorry, everyone. Now I've pointed it out, everyone will notice. So Hotwire, the idea of it is that you have your server and the server ships a bit of JavaScript, but what it knows how to do is update that HTML. So you just send snippets of fragments from your server and it dynamically updates it. So the GitHub UI is a really good example of this technique. The problem with this technique is now you've got distributed state. You don't have a single store of state. What's the problem, you say? Who has closed a GitHub issue? You've got one issue, you close it. How many issues are open on the Issues tab? Still says 1. Refresh. Now there's 0. It is really, really hard if you don't have a single source of truth to keep state synced across your entire UI. The number of times I've seen, like, I've merged a pull request and it still has the open pull request at the top, but it says it's merged down the bottom. You can fix it, it just requires a heap of engineering effort. Hotwire and similar frameworks, they're designed to make that easier, a bit more automated, but you still have the issue of, I need to call my server for every interaction to get things. So I don't know, it's a pretty cool technique and it's good that people are going, but I'm not 100% sure. The road that I've spent a lot of time is the universal JavaScript applications, where I write my applications in JavaScript and I can render them on the server. So single server-side rendering has been around for a while. Essentially what that means is this is a little bit of snippet of React. I have a React form component. You can see that when I click the submit button, I haven't showed the whole thing, but I've got a busy bit of state that says that I'm currently busy, and it changes my button to a creating text. Now, if I render this on the server, busy will be set to false. It will render all of this HTML saying create new project. Once the client starts up, can click the button, it reacts. It's kind of this nice blend between the two. This is what universal JavaScript is designed. One application that blends between the client and the server. I really like, there's no real formal term for these types of applications. One of my favorite ones that I've seen is transitional web apps. It's from this talk by Rich Harris. He worked at the New York Times, now works for Vercel, and he's got this talk, Have Single-Paged Applications Ruined the Web? It's another great talk, so go have a look at that. But he coined this term, or tried to coin this term around, called transitional web apps. And he got it from interior design, where you have traditional design and then you have modern design. Each have good elements. Some people like the older, some people like the newer. Transitional design is trying to take elements from both to create something in the middle that takes some of the best aspects of both. So I like the idea. There's a couple of these frameworks out there. So Remix is one that kind of started pushing the boundaries, where when they first announced it, it was being demoed, and they were demoing this new JavaScript framework, and people were like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then he's like, oh, by the way, the last 5 minutes I've had JavaScript turned off in the browser. And so he turned it back on and then did the same demo, and there was like instant navigation, loading spinners. The whole application just became a lot more app-like as soon as he turned JavaScript on. I've had similar things where I broke the application and I was testing and didn't realize for about half a day that my front end was crashing as soon as it started. It had just fallen back to server-side rendering and being a traditional web app. I didn't really notice. So it's that idea of progressive enhancement. In the .NET space, Blazor is doing very, very similar things. So Remix and Blazor are quite similar architectures, solving similar problems. But instead of it all being written in JavaScript, you can write it in C#, and Blazor compiles it to WebAssembly, which can run in the browser. So other communities like Rust and whatnot are working on this similar kind of transitional web app, but the main requirement is the client can run in the browser. So you can write code that can run both on the client and the server, and WebAssembly is a way to do that. And then SvelteKit's another. So there's a bunch of these different ones. As I said, I'm not going to go into framework specifics, but this is kind of the area that we've started seeing these transitional web apps starting to appear. Let's have a look here at our diagram. So when I load the website, notice the web server is back in there. This is very multi-page application-esque. What it does on the back end is it will call my APIs, call my database, however you do it. It fetches the data, and then it renders the page, similar to a server-side rendered application or a traditional web app. So you get your content. So immediately, the content is returned from the server, and also the data as well. But I'm not going to go into those sort of details. And then you have your JavaScript single-page application kind of thing as well. You click on a link to /page, the framework will know how to talk to the back end. So it will go make an API call. You don't have to write this API. The framework will just expose your back-end data loading functions to the front end and transparently call them for you. That will just fetch the data. Now, if you refresh the page, it will go back to the first one, and it will be the same data loading function that was called via an API has now been called within the server transparently. It returns the data, and now I have the next page rendered. It's rendered like a single page application. There's a lot more complexity here. Like, they automatically do code splitting and a whole bunch of really nice things. So they will take care of loading the JavaScript that's required for that next page, exposing, am I currently navigating, all of these really annoying problems. We've started, rather than having a million different libraries that solve all of these individual problems, transitional web apps are starting to settle on, okay, we've spent the last 10 years experimenting on different ways to solve these problems. We now know how to solve them. Let's start standardizing and putting them into these frameworks so developers don't have to continue making all of these decisions to be productive again. Start leaning back on the platform. When I submit a form, it once again makes a transparent API call. I don't have to write that API. My backend can now make further APIs however it does it. And then I get a HTTP redirect, which is how multi-page applications, when you do a post, they have to say, where do you go after the post? So this is kind of, the model is starting to look very, very similar to what we had with transitional web apps, except I'm returning data. So we're getting this like nice little blend. What happens if I turn JavaScript off? Let's go through the same thing again. First one, exactly the same. We get a server-side render. The second one, when I navigate, it will just be a normal HTTP get. The browser will navigate to that next page, and it will be a full page load. This also happens if the user clicks on a link before the single page application has started. Because if it's a React app and it hasn't booted and you click on a link, it doesn't do anything because there's no click handlers yet to handle that navigation. So this is just a traditional web app until all the JavaScript loads and it's progressively enhanced. Render the page, fetch the data, render the page, return page 2. Same thing with a form. I do a normal HTTP post when I submit that form to the server. It can handle that post, update data, and then it will redirect to wherever I have to go afterwards. So that's kind of we're now starting to get this blend between the two. If we have a look at our trusty little waterfall diagram again, we get the HTML and data immediately. The users can see what they want to do. If it's an e-commerce website, they see the product immediately. They can decide, start reading the description of that product. Then all the app-like features come in, and I can click Add to Cart, and it adds to the cart. The number increments because there's a single source of state, and I can kind of start getting the best of both worlds. My JavaScript then just comes in, and the application is all good to go. So you start removing some of those negatives. The other real great thing about this direction between transitional web apps is it is based back on the platform, focusing on web standards and the basics that have been around for ages. The problem is we kind of forgot about these basics, and they're not needed for single-page applications because we have new techniques and approaches to solve similar problems. So these new generations of these single-page application frameworks, rather than having custom data loading APIs and a whole bunch of other things, they're focused on web standards and making sure that we can leverage the platform that's there and not have to reinvent the wheel. As I said, there was a lot of experimentation, finding new ways to do things. We've kind of learnt. Now the platform has adopted those, like the transition APIs in the browsers. We've taken the best parts and put them in the browsers themselves. So the platform itself has got better. So the transitional web is built on HTTP, fetch APIs. So fetch is now a browser standard. There is no need to have custom libraries like Axios and whatnot. We've got a standard on the client and the server. Forms, Go back to standard progressively enhanced HTTP forms. We've got cookies, so we can go back to like traditional auth approaches, putting stuff in a session cookie. It is so liberating going back to that. You forget how simple it is. HTTP links, hypermedia, progressive enhancement. All these things are really, really good for the web. They keep our applications simple, and then we can reach towards those capabilities of single-page applications when we need them. So if we have a look, the transitional web has fast page load time. It can leverage HTTP caching. The browser and the platform start doing the heavy lifting for us again. You can use whatever technology you want, as long as it compiles to WebAssembly. Stateless, the model is generally stateless unless you decide that page has interactivity and needs to be stateful. You can progressively enhance it with JavaScript to have client-side state and rich interactions and all of these cool things that you could do with single-page applications. These were the issues that were there, so we're getting rid of those. If we're having a look at the single-page application, we have a single code base, fast navigation, app-like experiences, elements that can persist over pages, client-side state management. These are the things that we could do. They were more complicated, too much JavaScript, less accessible than the one on the left, slower page time, load time, and they were less resilient in general. If the browser didn't have the right version of JavaScript or the JavaScript file crashed, for instance, like ad blockers. This was something that constantly happened with us. We got intermingled with third-party code. It assumed the ad blocker wouldn't block these scripts. It's calling JavaScript that's not there. The whole page crashes. It takes a lot of engineering effort to make sure you're resilient to something that I expected to be there just isn't there. So there's all of these downsides, but by adopting transitional web apps, we can kind of get rid of all of these negatives because we're taking the best of both and trying to solve for the best of them, really. So the takeaway is, please give transitional web apps a go. There's a couple of different ones, Remix, Blazor, Next.js with React Server components, and the app router is definitely moving this way. They're adopting more of these standards. The downside of, the challenge they have is they were one of the front runners. So they invented solutions to all these problems. They have a massive code base and now need to migrate everyone towards these more modern approaches. So they're definitely doing that. I have been having a great time with Remix, but your mileage may vary. But try them out. I do highly recommend giving Remix a go. It is a phenomenal web framework that is really, really simple and well thought out. It's surprised me many times, considering I built very similar things to these frameworks while I was at WA News. I was quite impressed at some of the solutions to the problems that they came up with. So that was single-page applications. Where did it go wrong? I hope that was educational, filled in a little bit of history. Does anyone have any questions before I wrap up? I've got a couple of minutes.
This might be a question that I'll go away and try and answer myself later, but taking advantage of HTTP caching with the transitional web apps approach, we can do that now because it's going to render the HTML document, send it back, the browser's going to cache that document. Later, if we try to view it, it's going to get it from the cache instead. But after that, if JavaScript's running, rather than pulling back a whole HTML document, the next step when we navigate is going to use JavaScript to alter the page and make API calls in the background. So do you know, and this might be a difficult question, is it built to update the HTTP cache with these kind of synthesized HTML documents?
It's a great question. Yes and no. So what it can do is cache each of those responses, and frameworks will automatically, as soon as there is a mutation, they will go refetch the data for all of the loaders or data around them. The issue is if you have set HTTP caching headers on some of those responses, they can't invalidate the browser's cache. So if you are going to use mutations to change, to change data, make sure that you use headers to last modified and those sort of things, e-tags, something like that, that can invalidate the cache that you're going to go back, so the server can ignore the fact that it has or the browser can ignore the fact that it has a cached response.
I think we've got time for one last question. Hands up. All right, we'll go over here.
Thank you. That was a good session. I have a very simple question. Where does micro front end sit in this whole ecosystem?
So the question is, where do micro front ends sit in the whole ecosystem? It's a good question in respect to good architecture around if you have different teams or different people updating a single web app, micro front ends allow you to break apart your application and have different versions of dependencies that different teams can own in a single cohesive web app. So I think that architectural decision is separate to if you're going transitional or SPA or multi-page application, because it's more about your organizational challenges and do you have issues with multiple teams trying to update the one app and them having conflicts or different release cadences or those sort of things. So micro front ends definitely solves a problem, but it is, in my mind, a different problem. So hopefully that answers the question.
Nice. All right, everyone join me in thanking Jake. Okay, so now we're going to have afternoon tea. So that's going to be down in the terraces and the sports lounge, and we're also going to have prize draws and drinks. So if you can all head on down that way, thank you very much.
What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
around. Thank you very much.